Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, where we're building a global Black business pipeline. Yes, family, this is Bomani Tyehimba from Africa for Africans, Tours and Investment, and I'm here with my good brother, College Genesis from College Genesis Radio and Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood. So greetings, my brother. Good night. How you feeling? You ready to rock and roll tonight?
Yeah, man.
Tonight,
In the pool all evening, really therapeutic, man. I am so relaxed and soothed. Everybody get inside a saltwater pool with chlorine, and it's therapeutic. Make sure the temperature is just right and everything like that. You talk about all your muscles and everything like that. I almost fell asleep in the pool. So I was on a float. I was like, God damn, man. So I'm real relaxed right now.
Excellent. You was on your floaty, getting ready to float off.
Yeah.
Excellent, family. So we're back at it again, family, and good night to everyone. And this is tonight's topic. Wrong topic, information. So I'll prop it back up in a few.
Looks like the right topic. It says that Afrikstan end game buying black is the first step in building Black African infrastructure organization. That's right.
Yes, so family, let me just reintroduce that better for you. And make it a little nicer shortly. There you go, family. Buying black is the first step in building Black African infrastructure. B.A.I.O, which is right here, the logo right at the top, and that is our brother College Genesis brand. And the other part that we had originally on there is the end game. So, what is the end game? And that's what we're also talking about as we're talking about Pan Africanism towards nationhood. So, me and Kala is here to this. Always talk about world connection, mainly from America to Africa, Africa to America, and primarily building a future connection in Liberia for as a foundation and headquarters for more of Pan African energy, and also to literally connect us to a world of repatriation, living, doing business, and investing in Liberia. And that is the foundation that we're building. So we definitely want you to reach out to us if you have any interest in Liberia. Don't just be a spectator. We're looking to connect, build, and we're also looking to network with other people. So as other people come online and connect with us, we're always ready to this get everybody connected. And so let me show you a connection from our website, Africa for Africans Tours and Investment, and let you know where all of the Liberia and other country details are. If you want to connect with us, and our primary connection in West Africa is tours and investment. So it's repatriation and all those incredible things as far as us reconnecting. So those tours are always titled some level of investment. Other journeys are more of us enjoying connecting to Africa and not so much investments, but that is our foundation, our base, West Africa, and we look into this. Keep on pushing that energy to where we get more of you interested. So, family, once again, don't be a spectator. Connect with us so we can connect on some good energy. And this is our website, africaforafricans.org. And I'm just going to go through a few details, and then we're going to get back to our scheduled program. Yes, so family, once you're on our website, africaforafricans.org, you're going to scroll down, and then you'll see all of the tour details. And the first thing you see is the big banner, Africa for Africans. And then we have a nice MP3 player on the left and some slideshow photos from those previous journeys, all the way back from 2006 to 2023. So that's 17 years strong as looking to build our connection stronger and stronger on the African continent. So as we scroll down, we're right here where you see our logo and you see all of our tour schedules right there on the front page, but also on the main menu. you'll see a list of all the important things that we talk about. So the first thing you see is the gold star for Black Star, Repatriation, and Pan-African Community. So that is our 15 and 60 acres community development. And if you're looking on the videos on our YouTube page right now, you'll see highlights of that community in progress. And if you want to literally see all of the videos that we have on that playlist dealing with our community, then when you're on YouTube, you just click on the playlist and then you click on Black Star Pan-African Community. So that's how we have it organized, and it's documentation. So if you have interest, look through it, process it, and then also if you're interested, you can also just send me an email or a text, and I'll get the emails out to you. You can check it out, process it. I can talk with you, and if you need to see the land, if you need to come by, check it out, those things could be arranged. So that's what we're building, family. The Black Star Pan-African Community in Ghana and Jahadzi. And the goal is not just to build the communities. The goal is also to build a town, get more of us involved in being a part of the development, the investment, and just the expansion of the town. Great opportunity and great investment. And, it's something that we can assist you with. Whether you want to be a part of our physical community or just part of the town and part of the network. And scrolling down, we have Africa tour books, and this is just from the main menu. What we have in the front page is the tour information. So Africa tour books is the program guide that you'll get a physical copy of and a digital copy, and it's anywhere from 60 to 80 something pages, depends on what country. And this goes into the programs and give highlights of all the things that we're going to do, where we're going to stay, and just marketing of the things that we do, our different business and the Black Star Pan African community, and also just letting you know certain things about investments and things like that. So it's a nice guide, and you can just download it and the copy right there on the website by clicking on the link and clicking on the download button. So we have things like that organized, and a newsletter is just a newsletter of all the tours that we send out and conference calls and just any kind of updates like that. And that's the link to where you can see a list of all of the newsletters. And then also you can just add yourself if you wanted us to get the newsletters that we send out, usually just throughout the week or throughout the month. All right, so the next journeys that we're taking, we just got back from our Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour, May 24th to June 5th. And that was the 23rd journey for Lifetime to Ghana. So 23 journeys from 2006 to 2023. So that's the evolution, that's the foundation that we've built. And so on to our next journey. It's Tanzania Roots and Culture Journey, November 16th to the 27th. So family, we are literally 4 months away from that journey. So for those who are still interested, reach out to me so I'll get you connected. And the same with the journey to South Africa. It's a back-to-back journey. So we're just working both of them at the same time, getting everything all organized and set, and trying to incorporate those who made us hear the information late and just want to join us. But that's the price for the full package, which includes flights. And once you click on the link, you get more details, tour overview, itinerary, preparation detail, language translation, and just other details that would just get you prepared, clear, and ready. General terms, so go over all of the things and need to know. And then for those who have your own tickets, then there's a land package that doesn't include flights, and you can just always purchase that. So either way, we can work it out for you. And as we set out the year for 2024, we're going to just build that Liberia Reconnection and Investment Energy. That's March 29th to April 9th, 2024. And it's me and Brother Kala going to be leading you on this journey, and it's going to be an incredible experience. And we're looking to just use this energy and just document everything as possible and share it with those who not make it, and then try to just put another schedule back within a year and get the rest of people maybe interested. So that's what we're looking to do. So if you want to join our fact finding energy, this is perfect. And if you just want to see what we're dealing with and what we're talking about, that's also fine, because one thing we always do is give you a whole lot of video updates and a whole lot of documentation about what we do in our experience in Africa, and not just talk about certain things. So you'll see us just in and out of different places. And then the summertime, we're set for our 24th Journey for Lifetime to Ghana. And that's another repatriation investment tour. And these tours include land tour of our Black Star Pan-African community. And it also includes a full investment tour where you'd meet people of interest to get you connected into the country as far as living, doing business. So you hear it from a legal perspective, from land ownership, investors, people who have lived and done business in the country, people who are there to network. So it's always a great energy. So those are exclusively on the Liberia and the Ghana journey of a lifetime as we promote investments and repatriation in West Africa. Then for the fall, we're set for Egypt Roots and Culture Journey, and that's November 21st to December 2nd. And that is the journey that we have set. And we're going to add another schedule for Egypt, the following year. So right now it's a big energy and a big interest. So we're going to take you to the Nile Valley civilization, but also take you just on some other historical parts, and then also just take you somewhere very tropical where you can just enjoy a nice, nice resort and just kick back and relax. So that is a nice, all-inclusive, this 5-star accommodation setup, and we're going to enjoy that beautiful cruise on the Nile. And so I'm looking to add the next journey for that, South Africa, once I get some time going and just make some adjustments on the current journey, and then looking forward to either doing that or possibly another Ghana journey. Not sure about the rest of the schedules because they're all subject to be rotated or changed. But everything else is all set to go and ready to get people committed. And so we have Senegal and Gambia, and that's another journey that we look to have 2025. And depends on how certain things work. It may move or stay, or we'll see how those things work. But that's a long time ahead. So it's also based on the interest of people. If people are interested in going there, we keep certain things. If they're not interested, then we just have to just make adjustments. So the countries you see is the countries that we've been able to do well in and build interest. And so as time goes along, we'll make whatever adjustments. And scrolling down, I just want to share with you this. Take your time, scroll down when you get a chance to go on the website, and you'll see updates. I'll be updating the next conference calls that we do once a month for August. And as you scroll down, there's links, videos, photos, group pages, and then just a whole list of all of our past journeys. And that's us all over the African continent for the last 17 years. And over the last several years, we've just been doing multiple journeys to multiple countries. So all of this is about 8 different countries, and then Brazil is the only one that's not in Africa. But that was a nice roots and culture journey, because that's what we specialize in, family, connecting you to the roots and culture and connecting you to historical and cultural places, and just enhance the journey of a lifetime. And we just organize excellent accommodations, tour guides, transport, movement, and just an incredible schedule. And that's what you do as time go along, and you just perfect it. So that's our first group and second group, and that is the difference. 8 of us, 10 months later, 42 of us. So, and then the link to our Liberia featured journey, and all the links to all of the information on our website, specializing in Africa tours and investment. So family, reach out, link with us, and let's connect you on the journey of a lifetime. So yes, my good brother, Khaled Genesis, are you ready? You ready, brother? You ready for Liberia?
I'm ready like day-old spaghetti, bro.
Yes, man. So what can people expect, when they're getting ready to travel to Liberia?
Fun time, connection. The fact that you're on the continent, but you won't feel like you're, the culture shock and everything. I think that's so very important for people who are really trying to build and connect and everything like that. That's why people get into traps in Africa. They don't see certain warning signs, when they go to places, right? I'm dead serious. When you go any place, right, you feel the vibe of the people, whether you can do business. So you know how hard it is even doing business with your family in America, right? And who you can trust, right? And just the overall feeling and everything like that. We have to get out of this idea just because I see people that look like me. Like when I hear black people say that, man, stay away from me, Look like you would and are like you would are two different things, when you're only going to get that to know people and know how to read people and everything like that. When you go to a place and there's some sort of familiarity, people know your story. They know, okay, you're Black, African American, whatever like that. Your ancestors have a history here and everything like that, and you must be sort of fascinated by what your ancestors left behind. That's the advantage Liberia has over other African countries. It's a direct to you, and that's really you're reclaiming something that your ancestors did. Not as victims, but as sort of builders, as enablers and civilizers, and they left their mark on a piece of territory. And so when you go in there, people pretty much expect, okay, when they see African Americans, that's what you're here for. And so they understand you and they know you. And because a lot of our culture is there with the local people, so therefore you don't have to keep apologizing or explaining to yourself. Most of the people, older people, speak English. They eat a lot of the same foods we have mixed with African food. They listen to our music plus the Afro beats and stuff like this. They'll tell you stories about you could strike up a conversation like, oh yeah, I remember the episode of Sanford and Son, because they used to watch Sanford and Son back in the days, or Good Times, whatever, So there's a familiarity. They know our entertainers, they know our celebrities, they know our history, and so therefore it's not that culture shock where you got somebody who don't know where you came from, oh, I didn't know there was Black people in America. I heard that so many times from people. And I said, I like this. So when somebody goes to a country that, oh, I didn't know America had Black people. Dude, you never read a library, been in a library? You never picked up a book? I know education's is hard to come by, but geez, you don't know anything about the Atlantic slave trade, And so therefore, what I'm saying is, Liberia makes it, as far as somebody who's trying to get into Africa or connect in some way along, it makes it a lot easier, Same with South Africa a little bit, I think, too, because, the history of apartheid and everything mirrors the history of the civil rights and the Black Power movement in America, and the Black Liberation movement in America. So you have that in common, So therefore, like I said, familiarity is very, very important, with entry level. So we're not starting from scratch, we're not starting from the beginning where, we got to sit there and just say, well, people assume that people look like us. They understand why we want to settle there, why we want to invest there, stuff like that. What distinguishes us from the Lebanese, the Indians, everybody else, we're not just foreigners, we're people who belong to the land too. And that's what you get with Liberia. You feel like you're really a part of that country, As soon as you land on the ground, the first when you get there, people don't tell you welcome to Liberia. They say, hey, welcome back home, welcome back home, That's what they tell you. So therefore, for the first day when you start meeting people and everything like that, you feel like you fit right in, you fit right in with the local people and everything like that. So that's very, very important to me as far as like, your first experience in Africa, in an African country and everything. Then once you can familiarize with that, then you can go off into someplace like Benin or Togo or something like that, where, okay, now you're accustomed to Africa, the nuances and everything. Now you can really get into, Nigeria, Cameroon, or, these other countries, our ancestors came from. But, you definitely don't want the first experience being like you're just an alien from outer space, in Africa, and that's just my personal opinion of it,
We appreciate that introduction, and thank you for sharing those details as far as your experience. So you're somebody that just didn't just go to Liberia. You're somebody that spent time studying research in Liberia, and family, as I posted the other flyer before. That's Liberia Journey that we're working on. So I'll repost that flyer. But this is Collagenesis' book, Journey to the Promised Land, Voyage of the Barca Zord.
Yes, that was my life's work. When I heard about the exodus of 1878, right, studying Liberia, right, I was intrigued. What was so different about this voyage to Liberia than the rest of them, right? This was a voyage, right, that goes against the narrative that the American Colonization Society was just sending financing and sending black people over to Liberia. They had no choice, whatever like that, right? This voyage took place after the Civil War, after Black Reconstruction, after black people had gained independence and everything like that, was told about American democracy, right? And this voyage, basically like that, the movement of the Liberia Exodus of 1878, right, is something that was burning in Black America, right? But not approved by academia. Black, among a lot of Black people who are real leaders in Black America, said, we need to part ways with America. These people, our ancestors, were absolutely confident that if they had was able to settle in a country of their own, they could do everything they could in America, but rise to higher levels, right? And if people look at the etymology of Liberia, they realize that in the order of things in the 19th century, right, they held the British Negro, as they called them, right, as the highest level of Black civilization, right, of the continent. A white man looked at the continent of Africa and levels of civilization. He said the British Negro in Freetown was like the premium, right? The next was the Liberian, right? They had reached the level of civilization, governance, and the rule of law, commerce, and all stuff like that, self-governance, everything, right? He said the third was the Negro in the United States, right? And then the fourth was the Caribbean, and then the African and French countries, right? So what made the Liberian different than the African American? That's America, right? Is that the people in Liberia, our ancestors went to Liberia, right, that were born there, that lived there, had a sort of confidence of an independent people, right? That no matter how high your education was in America or how much wealth you have, you never had that in America. You didn't have it where in America you had a group of people oppressing you or over you and everything, and you were segregated and everything. In Liberia, the top people in the country were you, looked like you, were you. Okay, so therefore that sort of confidence and outlook on the world, right? Liberians saw the world differently. When you're independent people, you tend to look at the world as an independent people, right? You look in terms of shipping and diplomacy, geopolitics and everything. So therefore, the conversation among the average Liberian was different than the conversation among the intelligentsia of Black America. The conversation of Black America was about seeking equality and freedom and stuff like this. Well, Liberians were thinking about further empire building and nation building and expanding their territory and stuff like that. That was on the civilizing. That was on the minds of Liberians, spreading education, spreading their religion, spreading civilization, and also military conquest of territories, and also keeping Liberia and their land safe from Europeans by military force and everything like that, by war if necessary. And Black America, we had never had anybody organized to protect us because we're under the gun. So our conversation in America at the highest level is not about how we can acquire territory or enter treaty. There's not one treaty in American history ever brokered between the Black man in America and the white man. There's never one treaty. There were no Black men at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. There was no Black men at the U.S. Constitution, signing of the Constitution in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1847. There were no Black men present in the signing of the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments, okay? So in other words, basically the Black man in America had absolutely no power or no say-so over anything that affected his life. Where in Liberia, everything that affected the Liberian life came from the government in Monrovia. You see the difference? So therefore, I was always fascinated by that history. What would we be if the people governing us were us? Can we govern ourselves? And that's been the question post Reconstruction. Can Black people govern themselves, or do we always have to have the paternity or the umbilical cord of white America? And the question that we need to ask now today, right? When people, these fake leaders that we have right here in America, and a lot of them call themselves Pan-Africanists, a lot of them call themselves Black nationalists and everything right here. You never hear them talk about that. That's the question. It's a conundrum, or a riddle. What can Black people do if there wasn't no white people around? Can we govern ourselves? Can we do anything? And then what happens is the people that you see at the loudest, right? They're basically like, they'll retreat to, oh, we live in a colorblind society. People talk like that are racist. That's an honest question, right? If you don't like the way America is set up, you think America's inherently racist, right? How come your next words were, I think we can govern ourselves. We could do better than the America can. If people don't talk on that level, then the person's a fake. He's not a real nationalist. He should keep the word Pan-African out of his mouth, because that's what it really comes down to. If you believe in America and you believe that, okay, this is it for our people, even though you may do well, you think the rest of us, that's fine. But if you find that there's Black people who believe in nation building and we should have a land, a nation of our own, and we should gain back what we left in Africa. In other words, we lost land, territory, and everything in Africa, right? And so therefore justice would be making a way for the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade to have some sort of self-governance on the home of the ancestral homeland. And that's what our ancestors believed about Liberia. We have the right to have some sort of self-rule and governments based on now we are now a new people. We're descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, oppressed in America. And you see Hillary Teague's thing. So we're not coming from a kingdom or whatever like that. We're not coming from a position of royalty and everything. We're coming from the wretches of the earth. And we have the right to have a citadel, a sanctuary, to pull ourselves up and learn the arts of civilization and pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps and govern ourselves. And that's what Liberia was all about. So if somebody rejects that, don't listen to them, right? If anybody rejects that, that means they are fake. They're not a real Pan-Africanist. They're not about Black liberation. They're fake and they're phony. All they want is your money and your time and trying to make a name for themselves. So, and that's my book, Journey to the Promised Land. I wrote that. It's published in 2014. Next year will be 10 years. Okay. I had people approach me about making a movie for it. I might start a GoFundMe or something like that to raise initial money, cost for screenplay and stuff like that. I got several film companies that want to make this into a movie because they like the storyline and everything like that. So, I'm looking for people that will work with me on this project to make this into a motion picture and everything that will really set off thing. Because what sells countries and everything like is the fact that there's many books, documentaries, and movies and popular culture made about a country and everything, and that piques people's curiosity. There's only been one real documentary made about Liberia called Liberia, America's Stepchild, which was a half-hearted attempt to explain Liberia's history, but it didn't go far enough. There's never really been there's never been a movie made about Liberia except for the low-budget movie called Providence, done by Dr. Kula and everything. I haven't really seen that yet, whatever, to judge it and everything, but, it had Vivica Fox in it, something like that. So Liberia has never really had the backing of Black movie makers, Black Hollywood, or anything to tell its story. And once Liberia's story is told, right, from the standpoint of why these people went there, what they were trying to do, and the true mission of Liberia, more and more the more African-American people and people from the diaspora will embrace this country, and see what our founders of Liberia were trying to do and what Liberia really meant to the rest of Africa, because Liberia is what started the whole Black liberation and Black independence movement on the African continent. So its role in liberating the rest of Africa, for decades and everything, and educating African leaders about the nuances and of governments and everything like that. All African leaders came to Liberia to learn about governments, how to deal with foreign diplomats. Kwame Nkrumah, Kenneth Kaunda, Patrice Lumumba, all these leaders, Nnamdi Azikiwe, all these people came to Liberia and they came to the U.S. Embassy in Washington, D.C. to study the protocols of government and everything, because they had to learn from scratch. And who was going to teach them? It was Liberia. It was Liberia that led Africa's independence movement. You know, it was Liberia that basically gave the model of what an African state should be. You know, post World War II. So Liberia's story, as Black America, we have to basically start being loving our wins and stuff like that. Don't let people tell you the Harlem Renaissance, right? That's something in our culture and our history that we gave the world, our arts and letters and everything like that, right? Change the perception of Black people around the world. The Paris, when African Americans went to Paris, right? And the literary giants that came out of that, the music and everything like that, changed the world. When Paul Robeson went to Russia, they said, well, who is this Black man and whatnot? You know, what's their story in America? And people start saying that we're not this people that the white racists in America try to portray, that we are people that have a story to tell to the world. And so what I'm saying is Liberia and all the great things our ancestors did and everything like that is something that you have to basically value, okay? If you don't have anything to value, you are not a real person, okay? When you don't have a value, you cannot be a people that's all about, oh yeah, just like that. What are your values? Everything can't be about just money and like this. No, what are your values? What holds values is what hold people together. And we have a common set of values, right? That gives people a common purpose. That's what people fight for. That's what people protect. That's what people die for. They have a common set of values, you know? What do you value about your history? What do you love about your history, right? That's what you want to talk about, right? That's what you want to write books about. That's what you want to see movies about, right? It's your value system, you know? And we as Black people don't have yet to understand that. Why do people hold on to people like Thomas Jefferson, right? Because of their values, you know? He was a founding father of America. Why do white people and Americans, even immigrants come over here told how great George Washington was? They make sure you know his story because that's a value system, you know? No matter what bad they did and everything, they hold on to their values, you know? They hold on to those things that mean something to them, right? These men gave them a country, gave them a government, gave them freedom, you know, liberated them from the British rule. So therefore, what I'm saying is that we're the only group of people that just let other people trash us and trash our culture and everything like that. I'm gonna get into that too, you know, with this idiot AfriKan going around. Nigerians are the smartest people on the planet. We're gonna debate that tonight too, you know. And so AfriKan is just anti-Black America. He hates Black America, but he wants us to come over here and build his AfriKan city, you know, no respect. That's another thing that was going to stop in the Pan-African so-called world, right? Is people talk Pan-African, but they have no respect for Black America. And we, as Black people in America, that calls us Pan-Africans, right, allow people to disrespect us, right? And then they call on us when they're in trouble. For example, the migrant crisis in Europe, right? Africans flooding into Europe, right? And they're all on the African disaster channel talking about, oh, Europeans are getting what they deserve and Black people in America. No, that's not the same thing. You're leaving your country, right? You're going to sovereign countries, not just you're going over there to live off their system, get on their welfare and stuff like that, you know, instead of building your own country up, you know. So I'm absolutely against the migrant policy that many Africans think it's their right to just go to every country and just sponge off the local people. That's not being Pan-Africanist, you know. A Pan-African will tell Africans, you stay in your country and let's see what we can do. If your government's no good, let's get rid of your government and let's build new governments in Africa to basically build a continent. You coming from countries where Europeans are raping your country, taking resources out and everything like that, but yet you want a hiking trail to try to get to Europe or something like that. Something is ass backwards about that. So I don't want to hear nothing about well, Africans are going over here. That's not I'm not obligated to support Black people's foolishness, whether it's African Americans or Africans. So we're going to talk about that tonight. But tonight's topic is buying Black. You know, that's what I'll open with that. Money, you want to say something before I get started or not? You know, so go ahead.
Now, Carla, get right into it, family. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about one of the foundations of what we need to do as a people is always to focus on just the simple basic things. You know, I mean, it's kind of like if you want to be a great anything, you just have to master the basics. And in this case, when we're talking about nation building, we're talking about supporting Black-owned business, and also this building and encouraging Black-owned business. And throughout that network, that's how we create our global Black business pipeline, as we introduce the show with. So just letting you know that what we talk about is the world that we live in, the world that we're promoting and pushing, and we don't see anything else for us as a people other than for us to just you know, support each other and be about business with each other, and this step the bar up and step the standards up, so we can just be more focused, because some people don't feel like it's important for them to support other Black-owned business and things like that. You see folks all the way off into Dubai and this and that place, and then they get themselves into all kind of foolishness and things like that. And I'm always telling people, if you want a nice journey, take a journey to Africa and support a Black economy there, and just enjoy paradise and open your mind to the future. And let's find ways to get more connected with our people, to where we can really truly build this global Black business pipeline, to where we have trades all across the Black world. So we're serious about this Black business pipeline. So Genesis is going to get into it tonight, family, as we talk about Buying Black is the first step in building Black African infrastructure. So that's also based on Genesis organization, Black African Infrastructure, which I want to pop back up. And then we just get right back to this topic. And if you want to just tie into the subject you're about to talk to about what you're doing, because I'm always telling people that when we travel to Africa, we're staying in Black-owned hotels, we're supporting the Black economy, we're at schools, orphanage, we're just we're working deals, we are creating opportunities for people to invest in the land, we are hiring people, and we're involved in this world. And so I'm telling people, if they're going to talk Pan-Africanism with me, let me know what they're actively involved in that's changing the scope of dynamics or contributing to what we're building as a people.
Yeah, what we call what I want to say is this, right? I downloaded this app, several apps, a week ago, as you guys remember on the show. Black Dollar, Buy Black app, but the one I used today was called BLAP, BLAPP. Okay. And I didn't even know that one of the restaurants, right? I said every Saturday from now on, I'm eating in a Black-owned restaurant. Okay, that's my time, right? And so anyway, I look at Southern Flat. I said, "Oh yeah, my brother goes there with his wife. My sister goes there with her husband. And I know it's a lot of Black people hanging out there, but I didn't know it was Black-owned, right?" I said, "Oh, yeah, nice in a nice shopping center right here in Chesapeake. We're a nice, beautiful shopping center, but beautiful Black middle class, huge middle class community. I see all these Black people out there. Some roll up in there with their wives or girlfriend on motorcycles and stuff like that. Just real easy going, look like they're Black professionals. Just the type of Black people that you always enjoy being around. Not no stupid hood boogers and hood rats and shit like that. Just nice, respectable Black people. The place be packed, the place be lines out the door. People, there's outdoor patios packed. I said a lot of Black people. I said I didn't know it was Black owned. So anyway, I said, oh my God, Southern Place Black owned. I heard they got good food, so I went there today, and I ordered some seafood platter, and I ordered some whiting, some grilled whiting, and some shrimp, and baked potatoes, some coleslaw, and something to drink. It was a little more expensive than I do in a white restaurant, But I said, hey, look, I'm putting Black money in Black hands. I'm committed to that, And so therefore, not only that I looked at that, right? I actually pulled up New York, right? And there's a whole bunch of Black-owned business, right? And guess what? I seen Nigerian restaurants in this app, I've seen Jamaican restaurants, Trini food, African American soul food and everything like that. So in other words, basically what I'm saying is the Buy Black movement is basically a diverse movement of Black people, In other words, basically the Nigerian that has a restaurant knows that if he wants to make money, right, he's going to have to be part of the Black world. And this is how we're going to win. Okay. And so therefore, why would Senegalese If you listen to social media, you would think the Senegalese, the Cameroonians, if you look at idiots like Judah, we don't want no new black Americans. Those are the Africans that are not going to make it, right? There's a documentary we played the other night called How to Sell to the Negro. Remember that, Bomani? Right? That was made
Absolutely, brother.
70 years ago, right? I think we need an upgraded version of that, How to Sell to the Negro, you know? So in other words, basically, how can you get in on this $1.4 trillion spending power that Black America pumps into the American economy every year? Okay. And so I'm looking at this app and I'm seeing, I put in lawyers in my area. There's like 10 different law firms. I'm like, wow, one of my lawyer that I use is a black man, he's a black man, I didn't see him up there. But that means that the fact that I didn't see my lawyer up there means there's more, not every lawyer is even on this app. So what I'm saying is this, though, where you put in a thing where you want plumbers or whatever field you want, everything. There's black-owned businesses that you could do. It says accountants, attorneys, barbers, dentists, financial services, florists, hairstylists, nail specialists, real estate agents, skin specialists, therapists, and everything like that. Those are services, And I guess the products would be under. Products will be under. I don't know how they really do this app, but But I'm just learning how to use the app. But what I'm trying to say is those are different categories and stuff like that. As these apps grow, and this is just one app. So it's other people. If you look at the other apps on that, so what I'm saying is between all the apps that I've seen, there's a wide range of Black-owned businesses in your local area that you could support. Right. And when we start supporting, let me tell you something why this is so important. Right. A year ago, during the pandemic, right. A couple of years ago during the pandemic, DoorDash and Uber Eats began sending out certain markers, advertising a marker saying Black-owned businesses. Right. And then what they found that during the pandemic, there were people who were really wanting to support Black business. That was the time of the George Floyd and everything like that. And a lot of Black businesses said they saw their revenue and their customer base increased by 60% just on being part of these apps alone, And so what I'm saying is this, though, if we could do this on a larger scale, if you are angry with America, you're angry about racism and that, how do you do that, right? Is what we do back in the day is we boycott or we spend our money with our own people. And we say, okay, I don't like the way I was treated in Target. I don't like the way I was treated in this. Well, I'm going to give some of my money. Or every time I hear a Black person now talking about, I don't like the way this restaurant treated us. Don't ever go to this restaurant and everything. What were you doing there in the first place? Now, we have always said that our mission should be integrating. Look, that's a business establishment, right? If they want to be racist and everything like that, if somebody's racist, you don't want nobody making your food that you think is racist. You don't know what they're gonna do. You're gonna spit in your food, whatever, like that. I'm saying, why is it so important for you to go in this white-owned establishment, give them your hard-earned dollars when they really don't want you there? Why not take that time and say, well, let me find a nice Black-owned spot that's nice and got good ambiance, everything that I could cater to. And so therefore, what I'm saying is this goes beyond your consciousness, right? Buy Black has to be part of your subconscious. Okay. There's two different things of your conscious and your subconscious. Conscious is what you're consciously aware of and you're trying to be conscious like that. Your subconscious is something you do instinctively without even being told. Subconscious is more based on your innate beliefs in your survival system. If you basically look in your thing like Brother Bomani, instinctively in his subconscious, right? 99% of all his clients and people who deal with are Black people. That's his subconscious. That's not even a conscious decision. That's part of his subconscious. He does that without even thinking because that's who he is. That's part of who you are. Your subconscious is really who you are. Okay? And so if you find yourself that you've never even thought about spending your Black and you got to be told to do that, you're part of the so-called conscious community. You could gain consciousness and lose consciousness at any time. You could change your mind, okay? Because your conscience don't mean your convictions, okay? Your subconscious is part of your conviction about who you are. This is my convictions. This is what I believe in. This is what I'll die for. You know, this is the only way I know to think. That's your subconscious. When you're conscious, right, you're just doing this just to say, hey, look what I did. Look what I did. You guys like this. You have to make that part of your subconscious. Support Black business. Once that becomes part of your natural way, like, let me give you an example. Support white people supporting white business is their subconscious. They don't consciously say white, but they know, okay, they go this. How many white people just say, you know, they make sure when they go to places when not, you know, they probably didn't even think about white. It's just a natural thing to do. 99% of the restaurants they go to are white owned. That's not a conscious thing. That's that part of their subconscious. That's what they do instinctively. So we have to get to that point where buying Black and supporting Black people is part of our subconscious. It's part of who we are as a people. And we've lost that over the years because we've still got people who are still trying to integrate with white people. They're still trying to change America. They're still with this rainbow stuff. They're still with integration. They're still with all the race mixing and all stuff like this. This is what we have to change. Buying Black should be part of your subconscious. It should be natural, you know? Yeah, that every week, you know, when I get ready to look for a service, whatever like that, I'm going to see if there's any Black mechanics, you know? You know, I'm not telling people, I know sometimes, you know, you got to go with who does the best job and everything like that. But if you need something like an oil change or whatever like that, you know, tire change, tires rotated and stuff like that, you're going to look and say, well, who got a good tire service? Let me see if there's any Black owned like that, you know? And it's part of your subconscious. Then once you know that, right? And then you don't have to be told again. You say, okay, I know this guy right here because, you know, I use him all the time. You know, I'm supporting him, you know, because he does a good job. You don't even have to say because he's Black. You know because he's Black, but you just convince yourself that this guy does a good job and everything like that, you know? And then the next guy that you might, let's say you fall out with him, you know, you already have somebody lined up and everything like that. You do that until you basically can't find a Black person to do a job. And then you have to go outside your community. That's what other groups of people do. It's part of their subconscious. That's why they survive. You know, you don't have to tell Indians to do this. You don't have to tell the Chinese to do this. It's something they instinctively do, you know, without being told. So what I'm saying is this. So, and what this is going to do, right? If we start this massive influx of cash and into the Black community and business and everything, it's going to spur our own supply chains, our wholesaling and stuff like that. Right now, the Black businesses are not coordinated enough. We don't buy in bulk enough to basically get prices down and everything like that because nobody can go to like 20, 30 Black businesses and say, hey, you guys are part of the Black owned, you know, you're making money, a Black owned or not. Well, we got a Black owned supply, a company that distributes beer. You know, we're trying to get, because you're part of Buy Black and everything. I know you got a good deal with Mr. Charlie who delivers your beer and everything, but we have a line of beer that we want you to use. And you start breaking through those walls, right, that exist for you or not. And then people say, oh, yeah, you know, I didn't kind of like them anyway because they're always nasty. They're always like this. And so, therefore, that person in his subconscious be like, hey, you know, it would be better if I dealt with this guy right here. He's going to supply me. He's Black and everything like that. We have a lot in common and everything like that. We could talk about different things, everything. I don't have to put on a face of this Chinese man or white man, whatever like that. I'm dealing with my own kind. So it has to be part of your subconscious, you know, to do this. And it's not easy because we have never been taught this way. You know, and back in the days, we were taught like that because we were taught that to do this, like we had the Green Book and stuff like that because we had to because of racism and everything. But then we were brainwashed into thinking that racism over, it's not important to do this stuff no more. We got to move out to the mainstream and all of that. Well, every other group of people are still doing the same thing. We're the only group of people that bought into this American pie, American buy and buy stuff. We're the only group of people that did that. Every other group of people stuck with their own. They bunkered down. You know, I told the story about the Cabinet Hotel, right? The Cabinet Hotel would be nothing if it wasn't for Black workers, right? And a lot of Black people would go there, right? The Cabinet Hotel. That's a premier hotel, Virginia Beach. You know, President Herbert Hoover stayed there. You know, who used to stay in Edgar Casey, the paranormal psychic, right? In the 1920s, stayed there. He was in a route, but he wrote many books, right? I got his book called when I went to the Edgar Casey Institute. It's right there on Atlantic Avenue, Virginia Beach, right next to the Capitol Hotel. He wrote there was a man named Thomas Sorge wrote a book, his story called The Story of Edgar Casey, called There's a River. And I learned a lot from that book. You know, I was given that book. They said the Edgar Casey Foundation, right? Edgar Casey predicted Adolf Hitler, right? He also said that West African civilization, right? African civilization started in West Africa and spread to the east, right? And he said there was advanced civilizations in the Sahara Desert, you know, that was connected to Atlantis that even predate Egypt, right? I learned a lot of African history from Edgar Casey, you know, and Edgar Casey was the one who taught me that the age that a man becomes a man is age 35. In other words, basically, when a man turns 35, he's a man, right? What he's saying is this. He says everything that man does, right? Like, I don't buy this idea that somebody, like some of your favorite leaders, wherever like that, keep making mistakes and everything, and you give them a pass. He said, by the time you're 35, right? If a person's a liar, a cheater, and everything like that, that's something that was in him since he was a child, right? And he didn't learn from it or whatever like that. By the time he's 35, that's who he is. So you can't give people a pass. When they're 35, we're not, you know, what you are. When you make mistakes, you have to be held accountable. And when we say we don't trust you anymore because you lied to us, you stole our money, you misled us and everything like that, right? You continue to lie to us, but that's who you are. That's your character. He said 35 is where your character is shown, and you know, in the world, and your worldview is everything that you came across, and every decision you ever made in your life and everything is in front of you. And by the time you're 35 years old, you're ready to see the world and whatnot, and you're ready to affect people with what you think and everything. So when people say things to the people and they're liars, they're misleaders, they're users, they're grifters and everything, that's who they are. You know, so we got to get out of this nonsense, right? I hold men accountable. You know, I hold men accountable. Your character is everything to me. And you can't fool me. I know when I'm listening to a man of character, right? I know when I'm listen to a man of honor and a man of character, that a man that just basically says anything, whatever. Because we in the Black community have tolerated people that long as they make us feel good about ourselves and everything, we let them go. And these same people, right, is the reason why we stopped supporting Black businesses and everything, because they lied to us about America. They lied to us and told us that, oh, we're living in a colorblind society. We don't need the Negro Leagues anymore. We don't need all this stuff anymore and everything. We don't need our own Black schools and everything like that. We need to be bussed over to the white schools and everything, you know. We didn't need to improve Black education. We didn't need to build a relationship between Black men and Black women. It was okay for Black men to go out there and marry white women and whatnot, and then let the same people preach to us as leaders and everything. So therefore, this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. It has to be part of your subconscious, who you are. Okay. How do we develop? It has to be developed naturally. You know, it has to be developed. You cannot teach nobody. I could sit here, like 2 weeks ago, I said, download the Buy Black app. How many people did it? I bet you nobody. You know, even myself, right? As much as I'm in this, I said, look, what I want to do is I understand my big plans for Africa and everything, but let me start where I'm at, right? So I made the decision to download these apps right here, and I made a decision that from now on, before I buy anything or I go out and everything, I'm gonna give at least. Bomani knows I love to eat out. You know, I love to eat out. That's my thing. I love to eat out, right? If I go to these nice fancy restaurants and everything, I'm gonna start making a point where half the places I go to every week are Black owned. And it's going to be instinctually in me, you know. But after about a couple of months or whatnot, I'm not going to have to think about it. It's going to be something automatically. You have to be like, you have to want to do this. You have to see the bigger picture. Black economics and black people buying from each other and everything is critical to this. Our black businesses, when they open up and everything, whether it's a retail store, whether it's a fish fry and everything like that, should have a support base that's unmatched. Everybody else gets rich off the black community. Okay, the app that I use is called BLAP. You know, I don't know if I can't type in the chat room. It's called BLAPP, all cap letters. You know, the black owned business, BLAPP. That's the one I use. There's several of them. Just Google Buy Black in your app store. There's several of them. Just download them all. You know, that's the one I use. That's the one I use. And I found out that a pub at my neighborhood, right, was black owned. Now there's this other black owned place that's not in the app, right? I know it's black owned, right? I know the sister has, right? But all her clientele is white rednecks, right? These rednecks that don't work, that sit around and everything, that sit around and everything. They have a couple of slot machines in there, thing like that. White people in there, they be serving shrimp and everything. I go in there every once in a while, right? It's called the Clubhouse, right? And I know it's a black-owned because she's smart. She has a white bartenders, white waitresses, everything like that. But she's always going in the back. We're not taking the money out in the register, going in the back of it. I know it's black-owned. We have a lot of businesses in our area, right, that are black-owned, but the clientele is white, and they don't even know. They don't even care. So, but the bottom line is this: I still think that they should be on there too, since black-owned or whatnot, because maybe should. For example, right? This is funny. Young Jeezy said that when he announced that he was the owner of the steakhouse, right, the clientele and everything went down. In other words, basically, he said, "Oh, Jeezy owned that," and next thing you know, people start coming in there, twerking, acting a fool, and everything. He said it was a nice steakhouse, making money and everything like that, and he lost his white clientele, and he got so there's things that there's a lot of nuance to this, right? So. He basically said, "Man, I lost a lot because the type of people that attracted. Well, Jeezy, you're a thug. You're thugging and everything like that. Who do you think you're the thug god and whatnot? Who do you think's gonna come into your restaurant? Oh, Jeezy got a restaurant. He didn't want the black people to know that he owned this restaurant in Atlanta. So the bottom line is there's a lot of nuances. That's why we have to get back to a good black culture." That thug culture, everything is not sustainable. Ordinary black people who want to go out and have a good time, have a good food and everything like that, we're the majority. So that's what we're talking about tonight, folks. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun. Pop, pop, pop. So what's the video we're looking at, Bomani? Jews. Why are Jews so rich? Because they get their money from us. So how you think?
It's funny. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up, Carla.
They wrote the book "I Sell to the Negro."
Let me get you some comments, brother, and I'll read this one off. This one is from Baruti. Carla, could you outline the steps needed to facilitate a paradigm shift in reference to supporting black business? You do a great job, brother. You just rushed right into it, man. Okay. You do a good job of providing insight on important community issues. So that is a question from Baruti.
Okay, Baruti, my Baruti. Check us out. The main thing is, first thing is, we have technology, right? There's no excuse. Download the apps on your phone, right? Get familiarized with them. Scroll through them. Instead of scrolling through TikTok all day, right? Instead of scrolling through Facebook and all these useless tools and everything, start scrolling and saying, damn, there's so many black businesses, up there, people doing it, nice places. And then basically, what you call Liberia, yeah, thanks. Hope you join us, Liberia, MJ. Hope we got your information, brother. Hope you can join us,
I told what MJ said. Thanks for what you brothers do, by the way. Liberia 2024. So yeah. Yes, MJ, you see the number scrolling by and the email address. Just send me an email or a text message, and let's talk. Let's go with information, and we could just connect and everything. So, and that goes for anyone else that have any interest in what we're doing. Just reach out so we can connect. You know, we're on here to reach out so we can connect with people. But go ahead, Kala.
Okay, about a thing. First thing to do is stop what you're doing, right? Download the apps, buy black apps. That's the first thing. You know, that's the first thing. We can't do that, then we can't talk any further. You know, like I said, I'm gonna start training black people to start being black again. You know, and being black is not about taking L's, it's about winning too. You know, download the buy black apps and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? That's the first thing. Find out how you can start taking some of that money that you earn, right? You know, I don't give a damn if you work at McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Find how you could basically support a black-owned business. You know, make it a goal. What about Floyd Mayweather? I don't care about Floyd Mayweather. You know, I wish these entertainers and everything stay the heck out of Africa because they're distracted. He doesn't. Floyd Mayweather is not interested in black power, black entertainment, thing like that. We have to say black entertainers and buy black are two different things. You know, two different things. And a lot of black people think just because they buy Jordans and everything, that's not real black business. You know, the Sean Johns, all stuff like that, that's not real black business. You know, and now when Sean John and all these other people create black-owned retail outlets, you know. Now, I'll tell you what, Rihanna did good with her clothing line and everything like that because it was all online. Now she's just sold her thing to a thing. She's a billionaire, multi-billionaire right now because she was making her fashion online. She didn't have stores, right? Now some stores want to take the thing and create retail outlets for her product, right? And some people are like, oh, well, they should have put a black woman up there. No. You know, her product was going to everything like that. You know, we could still, so black women could still support Rihanna and what she's doing, everything, because the product was hers. You know, so don't use that excuse not to support Rihanna. You know, she was making an attempt because unlike Diddy and all these people who were putting their stuff on shelves and everything, and one thing you do is you got a product, right, that's not made in Africa, that's not made by black people and everything like that. The materials don't come from any black source or anything like that, right? It's just your name on everything. And the people handling it from A to Z, right, and to the thing are white people. Somebody white is doing it. You know, with Rihanna, it was just all catalog and Amazon stuff, you know, and she made more money than she was doing if she did it the other way. So she was smart. I support that type of black business, right? Because she didn't have all these middlemen and everything like that. If you want her product, you just go to the website or download the app, whatever like that, and the stuff will ship to you. We have the technology now to do stuff like this. You know, so Floyd Mayweather spending $7 million in Africa. He's basically in Africa just, I don't know, just for himself. He doesn't care about this. And what I'm hearing, he's trying to invest in gold mining. And you know, what does that do for us? He's not party to any black organization that's an investment group or anything like that. You know, Floyd Mayweather is for Floyd Mayweather. I wish him a lot of luck, but I wish these people would stop saying every time somebody says, oh, yeah, now you got this idiot Gucci badass, whatever his clown name is, talk about, I'm coming to Africa. We don't need you in Africa, Gucci. You better handle your federal case in America. I know you just want to go to Africa to hide, you know, because you know you're about to go do some time, and you trying to hide out in Africa. You're going to change your name to Ubuntu, blah, 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 you know, hide out somewhere in the Congo. That's what that's all about, you know. You know, so I'm sick and tired of people now trying to jump on the Pan-African bandwagon for their own selfish means. You know, so I don't care about Floyd Mayweather, you know.
Yes, Carla, you ready for another wonderful video as we talk about how we, talk about how other people are doing great things, yeah, and how they have, build what they need to build, and then how we need to build what we need to build. So it's one of those things where you just telling people, just getting right to the point with these things. So this is one of our videos we're sharing tonight, as we look at to share a whole lot of things with you, just so you can process things and see where we're coming from, and and get ourselves more organized so we can be on code and support the evolution of this Black enterprise and building that global Black business pipeline. So Kala, you ready for the video? You have any questions? You have anything to share before we talk about this video? As you can, I'm sure you know what it's all about already. I didn't hear you.
I'm ready, brother. Fire away.
Wealthy, and although this is sometimes regarded as a stereotype, some of the wealthiest people in the world are indeed Jewish. For example, Sergey Brin, founder of Google, is worth $114 billion, while founder of Oracle, Larry Ellison, is worth $116 billion. Other Jewish billionaires include Michael Bloomberg, Mark Zuckerberg, Steven Schwartzman, Lynn Blackfenek, and Miriam Adelson. While not all Jews may be billionaires, many of them may be considered as a little more than financially stable. How did this happen? Here are my top 10 reasons that Jews are richer than most. Number 10. European Jews were not allowed to own land. Nowadays, investing in real estate has become a leading trend in wealth acquisition. However, back in the day, this was not a possibility for Jewish people in Europe. They were excluded from many guilds, confined to ghettos, and restricted from owning land. As a result, in the late Middle Ages, many Jews became successful in the fields of trade, banking, and money lending. The dominant Christian society was forbidden from charging interest to other Christians. However, this was fine under Jewish law. So while Christians had more opportunities open to them, for example, capital investment and land and sea trade, they needed loans to fulfill these desires. The Jews catered to their financial needs and were able to dominate this field. They had such a reputation for money lending that Shakespeare even made reference to this in The Merchant of Venice. In this play, a Jewish moneylender named Shylock extends a loan to a Christian named Antonio, but this loan is guaranteed by a pound of flesh. When he cannot repay the loan, he's taken to court, where Shylock insists on receiving his pound of flesh. Whether one views this portrayal as anti-Semitic or not, it highlights the perception of Jewish people in Europe at the time. Nonetheless, they continued to excel. Eventually, they opened their own banks, and this gave them the power to conduct several banking transactions while continuing to charge interest on loans, a service which was crucial for both Christians and Jews. Number 9. Discrimination brought them closer together. Before the French Revolution of 1789, the Jewish were treated as outsiders in most of Europe. They were also the victims of many discriminatory rules. For example, instead of being taxed as individuals, they were taxed as a community. This, coupled with the fact that they were excluded from society, caused them to grow as a community. They were able to develop stronger connections with each other, which allowed them to build trust. They knew they could rely on each other more than they could rely on anyone else. It also caused them to take on more intellectual pursuits, causing them to contribute to medicine, mathematics, literature, and music. Their community ties continued to strengthen, and this, along with their belief that they should help and elevate each other, allowed them to continue building their wealth. Number 8. Religious attitudes towards money. Like I mentioned before, their religion did not prohibit charging interest on loans. Christians of the time were repelled by careers which involved acquiring money in this way because they believed it was extremely sinful. This gave the Jews a huge advantage. Their religion also teaches good business practices, and they were adamant about adhering to certain principles as the Torah instructs them to. Therefore, they appear to be attractive business partners to others who believe that they will maintain this attitude of integrity and honesty. To add to this, a fundamental aspect of Judaism is stewardship. It teaches that the wealth on earth is for everyone to enjoy, and that it should continue to be cultivated and created. It's important to guard money and to use wisdom when making financial decisions. Wealth is not only seen as a blessing, but a great responsibility as well. Poverty is not considered to be a quality of righteous people, and it is important for everyone to work hard in order to gain success. Becoming reliant on charity is a big no. And while they tithe and contribute to charitable organizations, they see it as important to not become the recipient of charity. Number 7.
Hyundai Ioniq 6 versus Tesla Model 3. Look what Ioniq 6 has.
Believe that God requires 10% of their income and that there are 8 levels of charity. This charity should be given anonymously in a manner which would not cause any embarrassment to the poor. It should also enable the less fortunate to help themselves. Judaism teaches that the community should be embraced and provided with any necessary help. Deuteronomy chapter 5 verse 11 states, quote, "Open your hand to the poor and your neighbors in your land who are in need." With principles like these, the less fortunate in the Jewish community are not ostracized. Rather, they are embraced and assisted. They look after each other and share their wealth to benefit the community. Therefore, when those who were once poor begin to succeed, they help others who have less. This creates a cycle of success and prosperity. They're also very supportive of their own when they've started new businesses or have new ideas. Upliftment of others is considered second nature. Number 6, education. According to a Pew Research Center global demographic study, Jews are the best educated religious group in the world. Most are able to achieve an average of 13.4 years of schooling, while some other religious groups, such as Hindus and Muslims, receive less than half of that, 5.6 years. Researchers believe that one of the main reasons for this is because Jews are located in countries where there are already high levels of education, such as the US and Israel. More Jews are able to attain higher education, and this leads to better opportunities and higher salaries later on. Number 5, generational values. In many non-Jewish families, children are simply taught that they need to get a good education so they can someday have a good job which pays the bills. At least, that's what I was taught. However, it's a little bit different in the Jewish community. Families have provided a solid financial education to their young for generations. Therefore, children are able to grow with an awareness of money, its importance, and its value. Traditions are passed along, and children are taught how to manage what they may someday inherit, and also how to continue building wealth. Older generations also try to model correct behaviors so that their children can learn from them. According to Jewish financial consultant Rivka Lebowitz, how we spend our money is an area where children see what we value most. If we value Jewish education, then we're paying for it. If we value going to Disney World, we're paying for that. Torah values go hand in hand with how we deal with money. Lebowitz emphasizes that children observe their parents' attitudes towards money. When they see that a fraction of their income is budgeted towards charity, it teaches them to adopt similar values. Children are taught that money is not only an aspiration, but it is a tool which can be used to achieve various means. Number 4, they are determined and persistent. The spiritual and practical teachings of Judaism help followers to keep persisting through challenges, pain, and tragedy. This is a major factor which has allowed them to thrive and survive throughout the generations. It is not new to anyone that they have been victims of persecution and unfairness for a long time. What I find particularly admirable is that they remain resilient throughout it all. When asked about this resilience, many Jewish people will emphasize that this has been a feature of their people since biblical times. For example, the ancient Israelites faced many years of slavery, then moved to their own land. Later on, their temple was destroyed by the Romans and Babylonians. When they moved to Europe, they were exiled from Spain, while Sephardic Jews were able to reestablish themselves elsewhere. They faced several hardships during medieval times, and we all know about the Holocaust and the awful atrocities that they faced during this time. However, they survived through it all and continue to remain focused and steadfast throughout. This resilient attitude also has positive consequences in the business world. What I mean is that after seeing your people endure so much hardship and still prospering regardless, one is less likely to give up on a business venture which is initially unsuccessful. With this kind of mentality, it's impossible to not do very well eventually. Number 3, networking. Judaism places a high value on interpersonal connection. Such connections lead to more opportunities and inevitably more wealth. According to Ben Sira, a Hellenistic Jewish scribe, a faithful friend is a firm friend, and he that findeth him hath found a treasure. Thus, it is ingrained in Jewish people that friendships can lead to greater success, provides professional opportunities, and the chance to develop connections with other people. According to Darim Online, the Jewish networks that built a new Jewish life in the Talmudic era and beyond included communication between people who literally could never have spoken to one another. The network extended beyond distance and, incredibly, beyond time restrictions. They add that, as Jews, we are networked. It is part of our heritage. Historically, Jewish networks have always been quite strong. A very long time ago, when Jewish communities were dispersed across long distances, transcultural and transterritorial channels of communication still existed. Their similarities also united them. their common religion, language, high rates of literacy, and mercantile connections. Trade, which was important to them, also helped to strengthen networks. This continued throughout medieval times when they were excluded from agriculture, craftsmanship, and land ownership. Number 2. Effective wealth management. According to author Colben Levy, there are 2 trials before the individual: the test of wealth and the test of poverty. Both are difficult, but the test of wealth is greater than the test of poverty. The key to prosperity is learning how to manage your wealth effectively, and Jewish people are quite meticulous when it comes to that. Firstly, they adhere to giving tzedakah, charity. Everyone, rich and poor, must give 10% of their earnings to the needy. Some may choose to place their cash and spare change in a tzedakah box and then donate it to a charity of their choice once it's full. Greed is scorned upon and discouraged. After all, wealth comes from God. It is impossible to take money with you after you've died. It is also a common principle to live within one's means. While other cultures hurt themselves financially while trying to keep up with the Joneses, Judaism promotes living within one's means. Budgeting is important, and this certainly makes life easier and less stressful. Although it is seldom discussed, Jewish people may tend to have extra expenses. For example, kosher food can be a bit pricey. In addition, many Jewish people choose to send their kids to Jewish schools, which cost between $25,000 to $40,000 a year. It's all about priorities. Number 1 is just part of who they are. The Tanakh portrays the first Jews as being very wealthy. Thus, a standard has been set which they can follow. There's no doubt that this has encouraged Jewish families to pursue the accumulation of wealth and to strive towards having high-income careers. Other wealth accumulation strategies, like investing, are also viewed as important for success. Many faiths focus on the afterlife and how one receives one's rewards then. However, Judaism perceives wealth and success as gifts from God. I believe that each culture and religion has something important we can all learn from, and that we should embrace all of the
Now, everything they say in that video is what we don't do. We don't network.
But also, everything they say in the video is basically the basic stuff that you and I talk about all the time.
Right. It's not in our culture. It's not who we are. As why don't the Hebrew Israelites have this success? You know, now, who's the real Jews? Them or the Hebrew Israelites you see on the street corner? You know, you see what we're talking about? Are we making groundbreaking here? You know, they talk about all the stuff they talk about. Live within your means. You know, charity. You know, help each other, networking. You know, and doing all these things like that is how people. Where do we got to say it in Greek? Do I got to speak in tongues, whatever like that? You know, all this stuff like that. So people ask the question. Baruti says, Kala, could you outline where you got off track? You know, we've never been on track, you know, objectives, African links, discipline, because most people, black people don't want it, you know, black people rather fight with each other. And that's why I said I don't believe in this Ubuntu nonsense and whatnot, you know, because it never has any practical meaning, you know, it never translates to anything meaningful. You know, because we as a race of people don't love ourselves. You know, we could start by loving ourselves by doing that one simple thing, supporting black-owned businesses, you know. Will we ever be like the Jews? No, that'll take centuries to do, you know. But we could start by basically acknowledging that we are people and that we need to work together based on the common heritage and everything. This is why it's so dangerous when people start creating these ulterior identities for black people. Oh, I wasn't enslaved. I was already here and all this kind of nonsense, right? That takes away the cohesion and the unity. Jews all know where they came from, you know? They're all on the same page as far as who they are and their identity.
Exactly. Like a quick question I got for you is, have you ever heard of any person of the Jewish faith at all ever claim that their African Holocaust never existed?
Exactly.
That their Holocaust never existed. But
Never.
But then we have a whole bunch of us that, you know, just claim that it never happened and they were here.
They were here.
It's amazing. So that's one thing right there.
And that number
they are on one code that some of the worst atrocities happen to their people, and that, you know, that keep them on code and keep them bonded.
They use that to unify and build and
it's the same
justify
thing.
why they have the state of Israel, why they stick together and stuff like that, you know?
And the same
The
thing I
British
tell people about us just being from, you know, West Africa and us connected and being a part of this, making that the, you know, and existence of our Black African world to where, you know, we can build this repatriation movement. But yeah, family, that's one of the things definitely want to share with people, because sometimes we just got to look at it and, are most of those things difficult?
No, it's not, you know? No, it's not. You know?
I think our people just make these things difficult.
Yeah, we basically we love making things difficult. We listen to people that basically, you know, like I said, all the time. We listen to charlatans and all these other people that got us absolutely no place. You know, the town the 10th never got us any place. You know, all the things that we talk about. You know, our minds are reversed. You know, that's why we're trying to put people on track. You know, this channel, the Black African Infrastructure Organization, with Brother Bomani here. We're trying to say this is the way forward, right? Now, people opposed to us, they got to come on here and say, why are you opposed to what we're doing? We're saying this is a way how we can build something and have something for ourselves, you know, no other way. We've been taught generous that our salvation is the government of America. Our salvation is unity with white people, you know, and all the stuff like this. So I want to know what is the other way? We say buy black, you know, buy black, right, as a start. You know, I'm gonna spend my money with black folks. You know, I'm gonna make that part of my subconscious, something I do. You know, I'm not gonna worry about instant gratification, right? I'm gonna delay gratification. I'm gonna make that my duty, like the Jews. They make it their duty to support each other. You saw everything. They make it a duty to see a Jewish businessman. They're gonna make it their duty to support them. It's in their culture. And we can't talk about anything else until we start doing that. All the talk and all this stuff mean absolutely nothing if it don't translate to people changing their behavior and what we do. If we can't do that, then we're just wasting our time. And we're just using this as an excuse to beat up on other black people, you know? I'm blinkety black, blinkety black, black. I'm blinkety black, black, black. Piece of Pan Africa, brother. Hit the cash out. Piece of Pan Africa, hit the cash out. Piece of Pan. No kind of economic plan. No kind of anything. Just piece of Pan Africa. Yo, black power, black power, black power. Kill white supremacy, blah, 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 blah. White man, the cracker, 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 cracker. How many times are you going to say cracker in a broadcast? Cracker, 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 white double, cracker, 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 cracker. Damn, you said it 1,000 times. Wow, damn, I meant to say it 2,000 times. So this is what you have, you know. We have absolute buffoons and clowns misleading us, you know. So the bottom line is this, you know, I think there is a yearning. What gets me is this is not that hard. Black people are yearning for something, you know. Now, it's not going to happen overnight, right? But the bottom line is this. Black people still want to support black business. They want to network with each other and everything like that, you know? They want to basically do things the right way, but there's no leadership. So, John Crow, my Jamaican brother, what's going on?
Greetings, brother.
Yes.
Welcome to the call. Welcome to the call.
Things
I
like
hope you
that,
loved enjoying the show. And
love the energy, man. Love the energy because as a Bible like the solution, you know, you're talking solution, so the energy up.
yes, that's what we're
Energy
talking
up,
about.
brother.
Building that
And
global black business pipeline. So what's on
yes,
your mind
yes.
tonight?
Well, I hear Brother Carla was talking a bit earlier, and he was saying a lot of things that we don't do. But we have to remember, you know, this is war, you know. Because remember, you know, this he strike his blow and we organize and strike our blow. You know, so we organize and struck our blow during Garvey time. He strike back. We organized back in the 60s. He struck back. And now we're organizing and pushing again, you know. So it's a ebb and flow, you know, because he's not static while we're trying to do what we're doing, you know. He's not static. He has his program running, you know, 365 days straight, you know, 24/7. So, you know, so sometimes we have to kind of don't be so hard upon myself. You know, yes, it look dismal out there sometime, but there is a silver lining that, you know, I don't think our people gonna just sit down. There has to be some movement. Conditions is gonna necessitate them to move. You see, the condition is gonna get so rough that they're going to have to move. It's not a matter of if they're going to move or they're gonna consider to move. You know, the situation is gonna get so hot because if you look at the temperament in this country, you know, this country is heading for, it may be heading for civil unrest in short order, because if you watch and see how many mass shootings there have been already, that will show you an uptick. As they say, it's already 600 mass shootings. So something is happening within the society. You know, you see the violence escalate like that. So, you know, as Marcus Garvey are saying, when all else fail to organize the people, conditions will. I just want to close with this little piece. You know, the Buy Black campaign back in, in the 60s, they had a man named Carlos Cooks, and they had a program called the 30 to 60 Days Buy Black campaign. And the thrust of the program was to boycott all the non-black businesses in your community for 30 to 60 days. So go out of the community and go to the white community and shop for those 60 days. You'll get better products at cheaper prices also. You know what would that do? That would deprive those people there for those 2-3 months there that you boycott them because they can't make the payroll, they can't pay the milkman, because you know a lot of these little corner stores and bodegas, you know, those people don't have the capital to put up. You know, if somebody come and say, look, I'm gonna stock you, and next week I come and you give me X amount, you know, if somebody stock them, you see, it's not they shell out money and put up, you know, maybe they pay for the rent, but somebody come and stock the store. So that is what we want. We want economic control of our community wherever we make up the mass majority of the population, and that is just my little talk. Thank you.
Well, appreciate your brother, appreciate the energy, and that's what we're gonna keep on doing, keep on building strong. Kala, you have anything to share with our brother?
Yeah, I agree. But the thing is, though, right now we have the technology, right? If we spend more time on the Buy Black apps as we do on TikTok, you know, making TikTok videos and Facebook posts and you watching YouTube and everything like this, it's all about priorities, you know, and we make Buy Black a priority, we'll be overnight. But 5 years ago, and Carnell comes out and talk about the Buy Black and the Black do for self don't work and whatnot, you know, and everybody started pivoting towards we need reparations, you know, we need reparations. We have $1.4 trillion, you know, we have the reparations right in our own hands, so we can harness that, you know, and organize and basically purchase among ourselves and everything like that to the highest level. You know, that's reparations right there. Start reparating yourself. Start preparing yourself. So, yeah, we have tried to Buy Black movement, but now we have the technology to do it. You know, we have platforms, but we don't have enough people pushing it. You know, I can't remember the last time I watched anybody on YouTube and anything running their mouth talk about, yeah, this is a Black-owned app. Download this Black-owned app. Download this Black-owned thing. Let's support Black business. Well, if that's in everybody's head, every time they turn on YouTube, whatever like that, the first thing they said, do you got a Black-owned app and everything? Nope, then you can't be on this platform. You know, we can't do this, you know? And we start getting serious with people like that. Like, you can't talk about anything if you're not part of the Buy Black movement, you know? You're part of the Buy Black movement, then I'll listen to what somebody has to say, you know? And like I said, I started with myself, you know? I'm making a conscious decision that every week, twice a week, I'm going to a Black-owned restaurant and everything. I'm going to expand that to other things like Like right now, the guy who does my lawn guy is a black company that does my lawn company. You know, my plumber, right, is a black owned a plumbing guy. You know, he's from Senegalese guy. You know, and a guy who does my HVAC, you know, in my house, right? He's black owned. You know, black owned business. You know, my electrician guy is a black owned. You know, but that's just people we know. But the bottom line is, I take pride in the fact that if I got to pull out $300-$400, right, it's going into black hands. You know, the windows I put on my house, right, cost total of like $25,000. Like that was given to a black man, contract black man. My brother-in-law's childhood friend. You know, he did the windows on our replaced all the windows of my house. You know. And so the bottom line is this, you know, and I take pride in the fact that, you know, that contract didn't go to, didn't go to nobody else. It went to him, you know. And so therefore, we could do things out. If you got home repairs, you own a house, right? How much are your home repairs, you know? Do you go to a black-owned app and find an electrician? Do you find a black-owned person who do paving, do stuff like that? If we do that naturally, right? And the people know that, yeah, I found you on the black-owned app and everything. And we got more people doing that. And people are like, yeah, man, I'm getting most of my business from black people who are using, that found me on this black-owned app or not. Imagine if that nationwide, what this is going to do to black-owned businesses and everything. We'll be able to compete and stand with other races of people, you know? And then, you know, when those businesses start thriving and everything like that, they hire people, you know, they have money to invest and everything like that, things will start turning around. But the question is, will we know ourselves if we weren't suffering, you know? Jews, basically like this, they're Jews, whether they're rich and they're poor. You notice in that video, you know, whether they're poor, they're rich, whatever, they're still Jews. They still got a duty. It can't always be about us suffering all the time. We have to be black, whether we're wealthy, whether we're succeeding, whether we're just getting by and everything. We still have to stick with each other, you know? And we have to have duty, you know, networking and fellowship. You know, that's very, very important. And stuff like that, we don't do. I thought years ago with social media, we'll finally be able to connect, and that has not happened, you know. But what do we use for social media for? Beefing, you know, this person, F this person, F that person, whatnot, you know, internet wars and all this kind of foolishness and everything. We take this social, white man said, we'll give them social media, right? They can link up with people all over the world, and it's still nothing's going to come out of it. You see what I'm talking about? So the mentality of our people have to change. You know, we can talk to the white man all he wants, man. The white man don't have to do anything to us. It's just late dating time. We just sit there and do it to each other. So.
Yeah, well, you know, that self-destructive mindset, as you say, that is the main, that is the thing. This is self-destructive. But, you know, we're not going to build no black empire here in America, though, you know. It's no, you know, so.
I agree 100%.
We're not going to build no black empire. Wherever things be, we got to build it in Africa. Yeah, we got to do it in
Africa. Right, but we in Bomani find out that people ain't got no money. They got no successful business models that they can port over to the continent, you know. If people start thriving in America, they can easily transfer that to the continent. We can't go to Africa empty-handed, you know. We can't go there, you know, we're going to build in Africa. No, we have to build here and then transfer that wealth to the African continent. Like the Jews said, it's about wealth, you know. As more of us gain wealth here in America, we could transfer that to Africa, you know. That's why I said buy black and support black businesses there is key. We need some of that trillions of dollars flowing through our banks and our businesses and everything like that, you know. And I want to eventually, by the end of the year, open up an account in a black-owned bank, you know. And so, therefore, even with a couple $1,000s, you know, that's my goal for this year and next year, to open up a black-owned bank account at a black-owned bank. You know, they got online black banking services, you know. And the more we start doing stuff like that and everything like that, then we'll be in a position to sit down and talk to Africa. Because we go to Africa, we go there empty-handed. We want free land. We want this, you know, we want this. And we're not really bringing nothing to the table.
Yeah.
You know,
How's your freelance working out?
yeah, freelance working out, it's not working out. You know, imagine those people with actual business owners in America and decide to open up an operation of their business in Africa. Imagine if we had supply chains here and everything. And I sent you this video of Bomani, the Liberian American guy, who has the largest African market. He's not a millionaire, you know, in Philadelphia, you know. And I'm saying he's basically selling in America, right? And he's able to go to Liberia and buy product in bulk, right, and sell it in America. So we definitely have to use America to our advantage, you know. You know, that's how we help Africa, you know. You know, so that's what every other people do. Every other group of people get their money from black people, you know. You know, the Lebanese, Lebanon's a shithole country, right? Where does all Lebanon's wealth come from? West Africa. And a lot of times the Lebanese basically get loans from the African Development Bank because there's no Africans that put together a system of collateral and how to do proper loan repayment. So the Lebanese have the paperwork, they end up getting the contracts and loans that the Africa has to pay back eventually. Think about that. Same do the Chinese. Chinese give Africa loans, but it's the Chinese companies that benefit from these loans. You know? You know?
Yeah, because the Chinese company bringing in their own labor, and that money doesn't even, so that money that they even spend for those laborers, it's not spent in the local economy, because they go and spend it back with their own Chinese, and then they leave the African government with the bill.
Mm-hmm. You know, well, so what I'm saying, he's got a video about Tariq. Play Tariq what he's saying. You look at the black buy black businesses, right? And I'm gonna scroll through New York, right? I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. When we say black owned, the real black world right here, Caribbeans, Black Americans, all those other people are united, you know? Are united, right? They're black owned businesses and everything, you know? Let's see. Books, shoes, skincare, will be all art, books, let me see, whatever. Oh, drinks. Wow. Black owned drink company, you know? Wow. Bourbon, gin, you know? Wow, man. I'm looking at this thing like, damn, you know? Hella ginger, hella, you know? I never Helta. No, hella. I never heard. Have you ever heard of hella cocktail, Bomani? You know? Indogo, you know?
No. Those are all new to me.
Ciroc, that's Jay-Z, whatever bullshit, but New Lord. So I'm looking at this shit like, damn, look at all these black owned vodka companies, you know? Oh shit.
But I heard in New York they have the UNIA open a supermarket on Merrick Boulevard. I was listening a video today. Is that true?
It's Queens.
In Queens, yes.
Yeah, it's Merrick Boulevard. That's near Jamaica Estates, you know?
So that's good.
They used to be a Caribbean. Have you ever heard of Carmichael's, Jake Rowe?
No. I'm in Memphis. Yeah, I'm in Memphis. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you New York. Carmichael's used to be Jamaican-owned restaurants, an Jamaica ice cream parlor and diner, and right there on Merrick Boulevard, right? My parents had their first date there. You know, that was from the '60s and whatnot. You know, and they even had their own bank, right? Which they gave loans to the local community and everything. They were very pillars of the black community right there. You know, they went to the black churches and everything like that. You know, so this idea that Caribbeans and all these people are part of us is a lie. You know, so the Carmichael family in New York, whatnot, you know, Merritt Boulevard, Queens had best restaurant. They had Jamaican food, soul food, everything in there, you know. I remember I ate there one time. That food was so good and whatnot, you know. And ice cream, whatnot, you know, how you went to ice cream, the banana splits and whatnot, you know. It was just a nice place where everybody patronized, you know. But it's not there anymore. I don't know what happened to it. You know, I looked at it up when the building's abandoned, whatever. But that's been there since I was there since the '60s and whatnot, you know. but Carmichael's, and the Carmichael family, and everything, But so, like I said, when you look at people, this app right here, you got people, all kinds of businesses. Let's see, Black-owned businesses, bars and clubs. Let's see. Let me look at New York.
Yeah, but I'm going to continue listening in the background. All right, so y'all
All
take
right, brother.
care. All right.
Yes, my brother. I had a short video. I wanted you to just watch us play real quick.
Okay.
This is the video. Kyle, you can just send me anything you want to send. And yes, family, this is a video about Marcus Garvey.
If we're doing something positive as foundational Black Americans, everybody wants credit for it, and we give everybody credit for it. Like, yeah, you want to get credit for our music? That's fine. That's why we see a lot of people talking about Jamaicans created hip hop, which is not true.
I can't hear it.
Garvey that forced the white man to come up with the Council on Foreign Relations.
So you say you haven't been hearing the whole time?
I haven't heard. No, it was silent.
Yeah, exactly. I've started over.
Yeah, thank you for telling me now.
Yeah,
That's why there was a pictorial.
it was a pictorial. It just shows pictures.
Yeah.
If we're doing something positive as foundational Black Americans, everybody wants credit for it, and we give everybody credit for it. Like, yeah, you want to get credit for our music? That's fine. That's why we see a lot of people talking about Jamaicans created hip hop, which is not true. We did. How so? Oh, let's get into this. Oh, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who said, he read, of all the books he read, brothers and sisters, of all the books he read, he said the book written by this man, the philosophy and opinions of the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey influenced Kwame Nkrumah more than any other book he ever read. And that's why there's a black star right now. There's a black star right now. There's a black star right now on the flag of Ghana to represent the Black Star Line Steamship Corporation of the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. That's right. The Nnamdi Azikiwe studied Garveyism, brothers and sisters, when he attended Lincoln University in Pennsylvania. Jomo Kenyatta said himself he used to go and listen to Marcus Garvey speak at the Hyde Park Speakers Corner in London, England, brothers and sisters. It was Marcus Garvey who was financing African independence struggles from London and in Jamaica after he was exiled from the United States based off of a petty false indictment of J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI. It was Marcus Garvey who was the first target of COINTELPRO before it was called COINTELPRO. It was Marcus Garvey who was the first target of the CIA before it was called the CIA. He was the first target of the FBI before it was called the FBI, brothers and sisters. It was Marcus Garvey that forced the white man to come up with the Council on Foreign Relations to disrupt Pan-African plans all around the world. You can't talk about Black leadership without talking about Garvey. Malcolm X, brothers and sisters. Malcolm X's father, Earl Little, rest in peace to Earl Little. His mother, Louise Little, the parents of Malcolm X, were organizers and activists, Pan-Africanists for the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. El Haj Malik El Shabazz was raised in a Garveyite home, brothers and sisters. Elijah Poole, who will become the honorable Elijah Muhammad, was a Garveyite and a founder of the UNIA and a core of Marcus Garvey African legionnaires, the military of the red, black, and green Garvey movement. Carlos Cook's brothers and sisters was a Garveyite. Stokely Carmichael influenced by the Garveyites. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan influenced by the most honorable Marcus Garvey. You can't talk black leadership if you don't talk Garvey, because Garvey was before all of them. Marcus Garvey was before all of them. Marcus Garvey was before all of them, and all of them copied the wisdom and the power of the Pan-Africanism and black organizational strength of none other than the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. There would have been no Black Panther Party without Marcus Garvey. There would have been no Republic of New Africa without Marcus Garvey. There would have been no African People Socialist Party without Marcus Garvey. Show me any organization preaching Pan-Africanism, and I'll show you the origin is this man right here. Garvey did not create Pan-Africanism. He reinvented Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, we can agree on that with Umar. He was right spot on with that shit, you know.
Powerful.
Yes, Jean-Croix. Yes, brother. You want to give some final thoughts on the video before we get off?
Agave are the black print, you know. Agave, because once I read that book, The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, it just opened up everything to me, you know, and I see why they had to ban that book. They had to ban that book. I see why the government, the British government, had to ban that book in Jamaica. If they catch you with that book, you go to jail. See, it says that is the black print. That is the Bible for the black people right there. Is that philosophy and opinions. You know, everybody took Garvey and ran to freedom. The Chinese took it. Even Adolf Hitler himself took it. You know, took this philosophy and said, "What this is it?" Except black people, because what? The psychological damage that's been done to our minds has never been corrected. That is one of our problems, is the psychological trauma and living in this environment, you know. One little chapter out of that book, that philosophy and opinion, was called the aptitude of the Negro to disobey orders coming from himself.
That was really powerful.
Yes, that little part there in that book, the aptitude of the Negro to disobey orders coming from himself, because you see, we don't see intelligence in ourselves, we don't see value in ourselves. So when we see another, brother or sister who have, a little ahead, we say, no, well, look, I am a damn fool, you look like me, so you are a damn fool too. He said the only solution is the removal to an environment of their own, where we are under strict order, military, you know what I'm saying? They'll be forced to recognize their own racial authority. You see? So in this environment, we just talking in the wind, because they said, look, we don't care what the hell you got, unless we take some other measures now, like what the mafia and those people take, then people straighten up right away, because they don't know who is seeing, who is the seeing eye around, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's where it has to go, because that is what is protecting it. That is what maintains it. Is the fear that I have. Say, look, if you make a move, and that's what the system use, because I don't think a lot of our people are that ignorant, but fear too, because they see what Pan-Africanism costs. Death, alienation, you're crazy, So it's that a rewarding thing, look what we're talking tonight, and if we have 20 people on the street, we have a lot, Again, that is our mind. So, and we have to figure a way to get to the minds of our people to correct that damage, and it's serious damage. It's not a little, it's serious. That take psychological, deep psychology. But the information is there. Amos Wilson, You know, Dr. Chris Westling, you know. So the information is there for us to heal if we really want to heal. Anyway, I got to sign off, my brothers.
Yes, brother. I just had one last question. Just tie what you just said about Garvey, or what the video we saw about Garvey, tied into the Buy Black movement and us supporting Black-owned business.
Yeah, well, that is the Buy Black is what is gonna create that foundation. Is buying black, and the network created from the buying black, and we create that pool of wealth, that capital. You know, that's what we need. You know, really is systems. We need capital formation systems, the susu, the pot, whatever, the box. We have to go back to even those basic things because, you know, in Jamaica, those things still run, you know. Them susu and them box still run. People still have them box, you know. So those things we can use again, you know, that's a form of buying black too. It's pooling resources. You know, so that we create, you give us the capital to do the things we want to do, because it is, to me, I think is economics that drive politics. You see, it's the business people who run the world. It's they who create the policy and say, look, I want you to pass this law, and I want you to pass that law, I want you, you know, this, and they squeeze, you know. So that's where Buy Black will come. It is the vehicle to get that, you know, get us on the road, you know, so that because it's from the business, we're going to create employment, and the whole pool of things keep rolling over from it.
Well, excellent, but I appreciate your energy, man. Thank you much.
Blessings, peace and blessings, brothers. Take care.
Peace, brother.
Yes, Carla, anything you want to share on what we just watched, and do you want to
Yeah, essentially, exactly. Look, the bottom line is this, you know, it starts with you have to have something tangible, you know, and we have to base pride. You ever see some people, right? I used to get angry at this sometimes, right? I tell you about the story. You know, I used to work at a club, right? Where, you know, they weren't paying me a whole lot of money, but I took pride in the fact that the club was black owned, right? And the owners knew that that's the way I thought, you know, black owned, whatever like that, you know. We got to protect the black business, you know, the white man trying to say that. They'll say, oh, yeah, we got to make sure the white man don't shut us down, whatever like that. They always tell that to me and whatnot, you know, because they knew I was subconsciously pro-black, you know. But I used to have dudes that I work with like, yo, man, why you always doing so much work for them, man, them niggas, whatnot, you know. You know, I was almost like telling you, because it's a black business, man, you know. And so they went off and say, yeah, I'm going to go over to such and such club and work. But now, you know, no kind of friggin' loyalty to their race, you know, and it's always bothered me, you know, as far as like when it comes to black people and everything like that. They don't have any sort of loyalty to their race and everything, you know. So, and also, we can't talk about nation building until we get this straight, you know. And also, the idea of the susu and stuff like that is good. But what I want to know is it can't just be just a reaction to white racism, you know. I would like to see that when black people set up in Tanzania. For what I'm hearing is the black people in Tanzania don't even talk to each other over there. You know, they don't talk to, they don't have any support system. There's no economics, everything. You go into a foreign country, you're coming from America, you have everything in common. How come you guys don't have a black business community, you know, organized, you know, and everything, you know? So the Buy Black movement and the support black business is something that has to be translated no matter where we are in the world. You know, they say, well, aren't you buying black businesses? Okay, yes, but you got to make your own people from America a priority when you go to places, you know. It's, you know, you have to plug wherever you at into the global black economic system, you know. I mean, it's all right to spend money in Africa and stuff like that, but we basically have to support, you know, our businesses and operations while we're on the continent. So that's very, very important, you know. Very, very, very important, you know. A lot of stuff you see in Africa is, a lot of products are imported and everything like that. It's not even made by Africans, And so, so we have to start, building our own supply chains and everything like that. The Buy Black movement and stuff like that can basically start this. So you want to play this video? I was really inspired by this brother,
So they have really good customer service and the food is better. It's coming from home and it's organic.
When a Liberian is doing good in America, it means Liberia going to be better.
Most Liberians have the urge to open business, but they don't have that zeal.
They don't have the patience.
They don't have the patience. They want that 3G, get, grab, and go. It don't work like that.
Hello, everyone. Welcome again to my YouTube channel. My name is Tommy, and thanks for clicking. If you are new here, please consider subscribing to become part of this growing audience. Please also like and share my videos. Thank you. Today, I'm bringing to you the story of a Liberian businessman who, from being a truck driver, built one of the biggest, if not the biggest African market here in Pennsylvania, USA. His story is one of motivations to many Africans who live in the diaspora and the world as a whole. His success story will in no doubt eradicate the negative notion that others have about Africans' inability to have and maintain multi-million-dollar businesses. So let's get started.
Welcome to today's highlights from Australia. It all started with a brilliant run.
Hello, my name is Tommy. What is your name?
Alfonso Siki Horton.
Alfonso Siki Horton. I learned that you are the owner of this great business. Is that right?
Well, you can say that.
Yeah.
I call it family business.
You call it a family business.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to say kudos to you. Congratulations for such an achievement. People have the perception that we Liberian-owned businesses don't last. Don't last. I don't know what that perception came from. But what would you say to that?
Well, I would say it's encouragement and farsightedness.
Farsightedness.
Yeah. You got to think outside the box.
Okay.
Sometimes. Most Liberians have the urge to open business, but they don't have that zeal.
They don't have the patience.
They don't have the patience. They want that 3G, get, grab, and go. It don't work like that. A good businessman is the person who failed 1, 2, 3 times
and pick up again.
That'll make a good businessman. It wasn't an easy journey.
It wasn't an easy.
I came into this shop. I came to America 1995. I used to work for the UN. And I arrived here. Those days you did go and pick your license up and start driving. I went to the trucking school. Graduated. I drove tractor trailer for about 5 years. But I always had to work for myself. Even back when in Liberia, I worked for myself. I had my own business. I got my business or businesses idea from Nigeria. We went to Nigeria as a refugee during my youth days. I used to go to Cotonou. I go by local market. I would buy the ankle chains, bracelet, and the flash shiny good, carry it on the camp and sell it. And they were laughing at me, but I used to make money. And when I came by Lakers, I was able to open a little spot, and I still made money. After saving in Nigeria, I came back to Liberia, and I opened my business in Liberia. All the year in office, I used to do credit money. I used to bring sneakers from Guinea. We need materials. People Liberia, they let the credit.
Right.
Yeah. So I came to America. Even the truck, those day truck were making good money, Yeah. $70,000 tractor trailer, that was a lot of money. But I still had the ego to do my own business. And I got married. And I noticed that my company that I was working for was driving tractor trailer, they were selling food. And and then I opened the box, and I would see croaker fish, tilapia, pig feet. Then what I did one day, Those days, then my 2 week salary was approximately about 2,000 and change after taxes. So I took my whole salary one day. I then bought a lot of things. Then I fixed a calling card. I got a van, and I put food on wheel. So Saturday and Sunday, I used to deliver in the community. It wasn't that big. The community at that time, the community was started.
Just started, yes.
Yeah. And
where are you talking about now?
Right in Philly.
Right in Philly, okay.
Yeah, right in Philly.
Okay.
And my friends, they used to laugh at me. Look, you're a B-boy in Liberia, you're working for the United Nations in Kenya, you're selling pepper and bitter ball, you're selling fish. But they didn't know my potential. I was driving tractor trailer, making good bit of money. I just didn't have my side hustle. And my side hustle was my little African market. I started in my apartment with 1 freezer. Then I went 2 freezer. Then I went 3. 3 freezers. So I used to go and tie the cow skin, the cow food, no skill, nothing. And everybody would come to my house to come by Friday and Saturday. And I started to sell. And I made money, and I opened my first little shop, and I gave a leave of absence from my job, the tractor trailer job. Since I gave a leave of absence, 2000, I think 2001 or 2002, I haven't looked back. And I thank the Almighty, thank you.
Yes, yes.
It wasn't an easy journey. Speaking to you, I had 2 fire disasters in the same Philadelphia. You know what it is for 2 of your store to burn in Philadelphia? What the community would think. They say the man burned his store for money.
For money, yes.
But I always tell people there's a God up there. I'm a be a bad boy, but where I get my living from, why would I destroy it?
Why would you destroy it?
Well, I didn't mind the toy, I didn't wash it up. And I started over again from a small store. And then I look at myself a long time and say, you know what? I so used to dream big things. Let me see what I can get this store. There's a Cameroonian guy, a millionaire, he's an African guy. He used to have this store before. So I was on Homeland. And I was very popular. And I decided to take this store. When I moved to this store, before coming to this store, I consulted all my business partners around me. When I mean business partners, like, because on Woodland Avenue, there's more than 10 stores.
Right.
But all my main business owners, they told me, Foster, don't go there. You won't make it. Right. Because everybody come to the store, they fail. Everybody come to the store, they fail. Why do you think you will make it? So I took the risks. I had about $200,000. I did complete renovation of this place. Put window here. When I got you, I went to go credit money from the bank. My credit score had dropped. I didn't even know my credit score had dropped. Yeah, I said, fuck it. I was carrying the store. That determination. And everything you see in here, I bought it cash. They were all used material, but I bought it cash. They're walking around.
Yeah.
And when I opened the store, I had this store was 25% filled, 75% empty.
Wow.
75% empty. Because all these things that you see, I have to buy it cash. There's a deli case. There's a freezer over there. There's a walk-in freezer. Yeah. There's a walk-in freezer here. It's a 10-door. You talking about cash?
Yeah, cash.
So I put idea together. I brought my carpenter. They were able to fix everything. Some people take almost because I call contractor there to see how best they could fix the store.
Right.
Look around. Contractor then come, you know what with it? They charge you $500,000 and things like that. I said, where I get it from? I said, I had things going to be there. And from the street too, when I start hustling, I start bringing in different people to fix this store good. Man, I went on Facebook, I did social media, my store started getting packed. And I tell God, thank you.
Right.
And one thing I have done that certified me in the business.
This is Barbie Land.
Wow!
Yes, we're gonna get right back to the schedule after this this commercial break. Yes, Kala, what do you think of it so far?
Inspiring, you know. Inspiring how you come over here with that zeal,
Yeah,
to build something. You know, I tell people all the time. You know, he's importing foods that people in the local community, Liberian community, is a huge population in Philadelphia that people buy. You know, and so like he was saying, he saw people that he was driving a truck for selling products. He said, "Why can't I sell these products?" You know, and so therefore, what I like about this is, you know, is the local African community is supporting him, you know, immigrant community supporting him, you know. So this is what tells me that this is the way to do it. You know, you have to have businesses, and you have to have a support system. You know, now he's not relying on the white community. You know, he's relying on his local community to support him, right? And if he's supplying restaurants and stuff like that with produce and everything, because remember something, when you have a market like this, restaurants get their goods from these type of markets. You know, that's where they get their stuff for their stuff to buy and everything. So things are changing, you know, as far as like black people are concerned. You know, things are definitely changing. You know, as far as like our mentality that we basically is hopeless and we can't do anything and everything, you know. And like I said, I would love to have like a Liberian restaurant in my area, you know, or African restaurant in my area that I could patronize, you know. But, you know, we got many Jamaican restaurants here that I go to and stuff like that. I'm going to make a point of patronizing them all, you know, and stuff, and basically, like I said, the Buy Black movement. You know, there's enough money in Black America and the black hands to sustain our businesses and everything. We need more men like this becoming millionaires. We're not gonna. Now, this guy could be something that he can go to Liberia and open up a chain of these things. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
You know, when you like to have this guy say, you know, so we're building a community in Liberia, and you know, we're gonna have a couple of shopping centers and strip malls. You know, what do you think he would have to even ask to get a spot? You know what I'm saying? Would he even have to ask? No. You know, that's part of your subconscious. You're like, you know, the right thing to do is this guy, man, you know, he wants to open up a supermarket in our area that we're building, and he's in there. You know, this is what we're talking about. You know, this is why, you know, networking and what we're doing right here as far as like our Liberian tourism investment is so important. Because we want to be connected with people like this and everything, you know. And that's the way forward in the future, folks, you know. And this is, if it's supermarkets, it could be technology centers. It could be anything, manufacturing centers, everything. But it's all about Black people working together, you know, and building together. And like Jangro was saying, that it can't be in America. No, Africa is always the end game, you know. Like the lady said at the top of the video, he's doing well in America. That means Liberia is going to do better. See, they know that. You know, there's Black people in America that are doing well and everything. All they need is an African connection. You know, and Africa will do better, and we'll be doing better in Africa. We're doing the work of Marcus Garvey. You know, building something for ourselves and maintaining something for ourselves and everything. That's the future. That's the only way. All this other stuff like that, nothing has worked. You know, we have to have liberation before we talk about education. Anything. We have to be liberated. You know, we cannot go another century being depending on other races of people for everything. This is something that we have to do. This is do or die. I know this is hard work. It scares people and everything like that, but I just got to tell people the truth. You know, there's no other way. So you want to finish playing the video, brother?
Yes.
They come, they go. They come, they go. You know what, in America, for one of your employees to make $700 a week.
Yeah.
You understand? Tax free.
Yeah.
I don't want to say the other word.
Yeah.
But when it comes, nothing. You got to hook them up. Some of that.
Yeah.
Some of that like it.
And
Some of
once
them
they get it,
grateful. Somebody will come and tell me thank you, big brother, and stuff like that.
Right.
But all in all, I tell America thank you, because America have put we, the foreigner, open our eyes, and we took the opportunity and we ran with it. Yeah. So
for the people that got vision.
Yeah, for the people that got vision. And also I encourage young people, you don't have to have a BSc or master's degree or PhD to make it in Liberia. You just have to be smart, look around. There are a lot of things you can do. You can even sell tires. You understand? You can open your little tire corner, sell your little tire, you can open your barber shop. There are a lot of things. Don't be ashamed. You can get yourself an old truck. You can get yourself an old truck every Saturday, Sunday, when they put in the poor trash outside, go into a nice neighborhood, go collect the chairs, go collect the things that they don't want, the new TV. You send it back when you sell it, or you can even sell it right here. Flip the money around. It's not easy to make money, but you have to be smart.
You have to be smart.
You know?
So tell me some of the challenges that you came across as a business owner.
Well, in business,
or that you are facing almost every day.
Well, on a daily basis, well, I've been blessed.
Right.
Yeah, you know, the business is a season. When the food stand start, the business speak up. When the food stand finish, slow down a little bit.
Okay.
You understand? So it's a seasonal business. So I understand the flow.
Okay.
Well, one of my challenges I get is bringing in food from Africa.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's important for people to hear.
Bringing in food from Africa, we have a problem. This is why I particularly are going back. I tried to retire this year, but I'm not retiring 100% from the business.
Right.
By retiring in America, going back home. Personally, I'm building a big warehouse bigger than the stove here.
Wow.
So it's somewhere in Carisburg.
Okay.
On the main road. I will use it as a hub.
Okay.
And you know, I want to go back home and see what I can involve in packaging. Because the African food, let me be specific, especially West African food, it's $1 billion industry. And the people who control our market in America is the Jewish people and the Korean. They got a big box. They're white. They can go to the bank. Call for any amount. I'm a black man.
Right.
You know what? If for a black man to get, no, I have it. So I can walk into the bank. I say, I want $500,000, and they will give it to me easy because they know what in there.
Right in there, yeah.
But before, they won't know you. So to be a black man in the country doing business, you got to work triple to prove to the white man that I'm a black man, I can make it through.
Yeah.
You understand? Ain't got to be all fancy here, fancy there.
No.
My people like the way I stack my things. You know? I specialize in West African food. That's my specialty.
So that means the Nigerians can come here and get food.
Exactly.
Ghanaians can come and get it.
I live in Ghana. I live in Nigeria. I speak their pidgin very well. When I tell them most time I'm from Liberia, they say, hey boy, you the lie. you be Niger, they can't yap us.
Yeah.
And, you know, but again, I say America have been very great to us.
Yeah.
Some of us took the opportunity and ran. And there's a lot of opportunity. So longer you're not proud. You see the fingers that God gave us? So longer you're not proud, you can make it anywhere in the world. Don't take yourself pompous.
Right.
Always take yourself like you're nobody. Answer the big. When I use the word nobody, I see you make yourself look stupid.
Yeah.
But always calm down. You don't have to
humble.
Be humble. The good English word. You don't have to show off.
Yeah.
I show off sometimes. When you push me to the wall, I show off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you who I am.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm the grandfather.
Yeah.
You understand?
Right.
But when it comes to West African food, I don't want to praise myself. I'm okra in it. That's why I'm going back home to see how best I can change the narrative of food business.
Food business.
Both Liberia and America. When we bring food from Africa, many of the time, they take our container and trash it. You're talking about you spending like $40,000, and our people back home, they're not prepping the way they're supposed to prep it. Good.
Yeah.
You got a custom officer making $45,000. He give a damn. You look at your dry fish. He said, what you use on the dry fish, you use Familiarity.
Yeah.
Why the dry fish this high? It's supposed to be high because we took 5 days to dry this. You understand?
Right.
Then you trash my whole container. You trash that container, that almost like $300,000 container you not trash.
You not trash. Yeah.
But somebody don't you, and nothing you can do about it because of the system. So when we order things from Africa, we don't got to say our prayer. When it clear.
Oh, it's a big challenge, though.
It is. It is a big challenge. I have seen a lot of people there, like me. Most of the time I order, my big thing I got to order for that oil. You got a one item. They come in, got to check plenty. You open the container, you close it in the red back when they scan it. All the other small things, dry fish, water, bakutowe, all the things, unless somebody bring it out, buy for that. You can't want nobody to trash my container.
You gotta be smart.
Yeah, you understand?
Right.
And sometimes they tell us that, for example, thing that cater. Can you believe it? These people don't want to bring cater there, but they want to eat a ratchet food. They want all to buy cater because they planning. Guess who planning the cater? The Jewish people planning the cater in Minnesota, the Chinese in Korea, from the Korean, they're planning the cater in Minnesota. The Jewish guy in New Jersey, he planning the cater. So right now, they're not running propaganda for cater and they're not to come there. But they forget to know it's only summertime.
Yeah.
They can grow the crop.
They can grow the crop.
We're talking about 12 months in a year. You understand? So it got a little bit of politics in it. I'll give you an example of the rice. Come here. There. You see this rice? This is from Arkansas. It's a high grade rice. Liberians love this rice.
Yeah.
But it's high grade. Now, Liberians don't care for high grade or not. They don't eat Pusai rice. If I order rice from Thailand, Pusai rice, bring it here. They either trash it or African won't buy it.
Oh, wow. So how you do that?
They want a competition. It's all about competition. One person want monopolize the business. You just have to be smart. You understand? There's something what they call jasmine. Jasmine is so good. I like it, but it got a lot of starch.
You got a lot of starch.
Yeah, but it's a good rice. I got it in the bag there. You know?
Yeah, I know that jasmine rice.
Yes. So, I mean,
okay.
Waterside Market. Someone took my name.
That's what I want to know. Why Waterside Market?
Someone took my name and ran with it to Minnesota.
Oh.
And I could go after them. You know what? I registered under the federal government, not state.
Yeah.
I registered with the state and the federal government. That's my name there. Nobody else will use my name, like BCS. I cannot go
without you giving them that permission.
I give you permission. Why you use my name? Because you come from Google, you go to Minnesota. Who tell you to use my name? My wife told me, say that forget about it because it's another lawsuit and all the kind of thing. Maybe that person tried that started. Why he need it? You can't just take somebody name and they do it.
They do, yeah.
You can't go make sneaker in China and say my put Nike on it.
No. No.
You understand what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna make a big deal of it.
Okay.
The idea everybody make money in America.
You're right.
Yeah, so you want to name it Waterside Market or Douala.
Okay.
But I like my customer there.
Yeah.
And you got to be respectful to the customer. Now I'm going to give you money.
Right.
Customer is always right.
There you go.
You don't have to love racing to love Gran Turismo, because what you're really watching is this.
There's not day nowadays that a customer is wrong. Even if he's wrong, he's also right.
Yeah.
If you get those two things, passion and patience, it will carry you a long way. And then you should be able to accept your failure. You get that every day. Not every day is going to be bread and butter. There will be some stumbling blocks along the road.
That's right.
You have to be patient. You have to have the passion for the business. You got to ask questions. Don't be ashamed.
Don't be ashamed. Yeah.
And, I have more than 20 businesses that I take personal goods like $5,000, $10,000. So when I pay my money back, someone don't even pay my money back. But I tell God, thank you. The idea is from my heart. I wanted the biggest humanitarian giver in the community. You're talking about wedding, you're talking about churches, you're talking about mosques. I do give up. Because you know what the Bible says? When you open your hand, move will come back, right?
Will come back.
Thank you.
Yes. So besides selling dry goods, is there any other business you've added to this? Besides just selling dry goods like this?
Well, I attempted once upon a time to open a cold storage during early administration through one of my friends. He wasn't serious. I lost almost like $70,000 in Liberia. And you're talking about putting family member there and all the things to fuck it up. That's why all my kids, they're all at college. That's why I want to go back home. My warehouse will be finishing. Soon as my warehouse finish, if you want social media, I will go show you my warehouse. Why bigger than the store.
Wow.
You understand?
Yeah,
so
that's good.
So I'm going to see how best I can get my impact. Because before I go 6 feet, I won't go by Liberia. I miss Liberia so bad. Wow. There's a lot of opportunity.
Hello, my name is Tommy. What is your name?
My name is Esther.
Esther.
Yeah.
What are you doing here today?
I'm here to get some African food.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you a Liberian?
I am.
Oh, great. So there's the perception that Liberians cannot hold businesses for a long time. They can't even grow. Liberians don't know how to do business. What would you say to that kind of perception?
I think we have come a long way, especially this store. They have really good customer service and the food is better. It's coming from home and it's organic. We're still learning customer service when it comes to Liberian businesses. And I think people are doing better. If you want to do it, just get the training and put your best foot forward and train your staff. Like over here, when you walk in here, like all the staff, you can tell that they are trained. If they see you looking around, they're going to offer help, And I think we need to see more of that in those African stores. And I come from all the way Richmond, Virginia. And I only come to this store because whenever I come here, I get the customer service that I need.
Customer service is key.
Customer service
to the success
is key
of
to
any
me.
business.
Yes. Yeah, and you will get it over here at Waterside Market.
The Waterside Market.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Waterside Market, y'all.
Waterside Market.
I just love the scene.
We should always applaud one another whenever the community, because when a Liberian is doing good in America, it means Liberia gonna be better.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes, because he will definitely think about back home, seeing how best he can improve people's lives back home. So whenever a Liberian is doing good here, which means there's a possibility of Liberia getting better. Correct. Because as we speak, I think he doing a lot of investment back home. Okay. So that is definitely a great job for a Liberian to own such a big business.
I mean, you made a key point.
Yeah.
That if you support Liberian business, that business in turn goes back home. And brings development and uplifts our country.
Development, and that's what I'm doing too. In Liberia, I got 2 yellow machines in Liberia.
There you go.
D7 and how you call it? What's the name again?
Yeah.
A D7 and a front end loader. So we go around cleaning people land. You hire us, we go and do roads, and so we're doing multiple things in Liberia as well. So that's what I'm saying. Whenever you're doing good here, definitely mostly those developmental ones. We are not talking about people. I mean, people have different mindsets when it comes to being to places and being opportune. So for us, opportunity that was given to us, we decided to carry some back home and see how best we can employ Liberians and give light to Liberian back home, where we got, as we speak currently, we got farm running that we got like over 10 employees on the farm, other than the machines that we have.
The machine employees and the maintenance
people and all those things. So it's like giving life to our country and people in our country. So that's what we do. And here in America, we do security cameras, we do CCTV, we do whatever you think.
All Liberians own.
All Liberian own.
Wow.
All Liberian own business. So when you go online, you check for BAIO Electronics, you're going to find us there. That's what we're doing.
BAIO Electronics?
Yeah.
Spell that.
BOYERMAH Electronics.
Electronics,
yes.
Okay.
So
Dennis, you come here to purchase your food and what have you.
Yeah.
But I understand that you do something else for yourself. You do another kind of business. What is that business?
Yeah, me and my team, we have a show. It's called LIB Baddies. And it's like a reality show for Liberians. A lot of people have been asking for something in the Liberian community to have their own. So we decided to do LIB Baddies. And your main purpose is showing that Liberian businesses can prosper within the Liberian community.
Yes.
A lot of people had doubts that the show was going to prosper too, but since we dropped it, we had over 10,000 subscribers, meaning that it's $5.99 to subscribe. So to show that we have 10,000 subscribers, not all Liberians, but mostly Liberians. We're speaking Liberian in the show mostly, and a lot of people had like projected to the show. Everybody liked the show. I hear feedbacks all the time. So
what do you do in your show? You say it's a reality show.
It's a reality
what
show.
are kind of things you could talk about?
I'm not in it, so we just put 10 girls in the house, 10 Liberian girls in the house, and they just live.
So how will people watch you? Where can they find you?
You can find us on www.lovetvnetwork.com. And you just go there, you log in, subscribe, do whatever you want to do, and just watch.
It's $5.99.
$5.99.
You can't beat that price.
You can't beat it. If you can pay for Netflix, you can pay for it.
You can pay for that.
It's not even for the money, it's just to support us.
Yeah.
A lot of people has been supporting.
My fellow viewers, I go around creating content and spend hours editing.
Yes, Kala, that was excellent. Appreciate you sharing with that.
Amazing, ain't it? See how they're on point about supporting their things. That's what happens when you have a real situation. Like you said, I'm grateful for America providing this opportunity and everything like that. You know, this is what we have to do with the Buy Black movement. You know, when we start becoming prosperous and everything, and then the Pan-African movement and the nation building movement or the building a global business will become a reality. You know, you can't have a reality based on failure and not doing anything, you know, waiting for some messiah to come. Or it takes people like that, you know, going out there, like you said, people laughed at him. What are you doing and everything? But who's having the last laugh now, you know? They say he's going to build a warehouse in Carysburg, you know? And I've been through Carysburg. I liked it, you know, Liberia. I've been through Carysburg. You know, I liked it. You know, it's like a little small. I don't know. For some reason, my Carysburg reminds me of Patterson, New Jersey. For some reason, you know, the way it's set up, everything. It looks like an ancient, like a 19th century version of like the main street and everything like that. It reminds me so much of with the billboards and everything like over buildings. It reminds me so much of Patterson, New Jersey for some strange reason. You know. But yeah, I've been to Carysburg and whatnot. That's a real Liberian prosperous city, you know, and stuff like that. So he said he's going to build a warehouse there and start importing. He said the challenge. You heard what he said? You got Koreans and Chinese and everybody's selling Liberian food. You know, isn't that strange, you know? And you go Jews and everybody else selling African food to Africans in America. You know, it's a strange. So basically, you know, everybody is getting on code, you know. We have to start doing this stuff. We can't blame the Jews, the Chinese, the Lebanese and everything like that. They're going to do what they do, you know, but he took the risk and did this and said, I'm going to change things and I'm going to start building that supply chain and stuff like that. And we're going to make this money and we're going to do this to better put the money back into my country. He sort of one part, he said he gave $75,000 to somebody that wasn't serious and they ate through the money.
Yes, absolutely, brother. These are the kind of foolishness that goes on, but you know, the man keeps on trying, keep on putting his effort forward, and you know, making it happen.
Yep. So, like I said, this is one-on-one. That's why I'm glad we took this topic tonight. You know, global Black business pipelines, Buy Black. You know, see Liberians, they're real on point, supporting Liberian businesses. You know, we have to do the same thing. You know, we have to support the Liberians in the African market. We have to do it's all tied together, you know. It's all tied together, you know. We have to do the same thing. You know, like I said, for all the people that basically talk all the stuff about Black businesses and everything, look at this. New York City, right? A restaurant called Sweet Chick. Nice African-American food, right? Candace, another restaurant. Seller's Taste of Soul and International, right? That's like a fusion restaurant. Two Girls and Cook Shop, Jamaican Tacos. The Soul Spot. A Little More Jerk. That's a Jamaican restaurant, right? Jamit Bistro, a Jamaican spot. Kokomo's Caribbean restaurant, you know. Charm and bar and restaurant, you know. BYK restaurant, you know. The Simkin restaurant and bar. Mitchell Soul Food. Bati's Ethiopian Kitchen. Divine Flavor Catering, you know. Jollof. Five Bun Creativity, like an African spot, you know. Taste of Heaven. Shane's Brooklyn, cafe, bar, restaurant, other stores. So what I'm saying is the Buy Black movement is not just African Americans. It's also Caribbean. It's also Africans, you know. If we start doing this, Buy Black and everything, and people understand that business is business and Black people will support other Black businesses, whether they're from the Caribbean, whether they're from Africa or Black America or not, we're all part of this together. So that's what we're preaching tonight. So I want to see what anybody else have to say about this Buy Black movement. Is there any opposition to this? You know,
excellent delivery and no comments other than this one from your favorite viewer.
He goes, how can we outline where we got off track? We, like I said, we never been on track, you know?
All right, so that was a while back. So I thought it was another one. But yes, and you mentioned about a movie called Providence. So that is the trailer.
All right.
And you say you've never seen it. I've never seen it either. So we can check out the trailer and maybe, you know, see it. But, you know, whenever you have things out like Liberia and I'm doing my research and things, I usually check those things out. So let's see what this movie is about. And let's see if it's something that we're open to watching. But I'm thinking Providence as in Providence Island, right?
Yeah.
And you know some of the people who did this movie. You want to give an introduction or anything as far as the
Dr. Cool. She's the one who put that movie together.
Perfect. Let me see if our name is on there when they show the information. So let's take a look at it. Yes, Carla, and this is going to inspire you to make your movie.
I need to break a generational curse.
Hello? Oh God, the worst is happening. What's wrong now? Haven't you heard? Liberia is having its first civil war. We've got to get rich out of the country now. And you just meet me at the airport. Okay, I'm on my way, sis.
What's this?
Wait, you're not going to read it, are you? It's your grandma's old diary.
Providence Island has a lot of rich history. It was where the first African Americans settled. Unfortunately, some of their tactics proved to be divisive during the early years.
Careful, Mr. Politician. Fraternizing with the native people, remember?
Oh, please, Mary. Everyone knows why he married you. The moment he becomes vice president-elect, he'll leave you for one of your house girls.
You read?
Yes. But please, don't tell anyone.
I know you are disappointed in me, but I love this girl. And I'm going to marry her for my dead body.
If you think I'm going to sit around here and watch you run my son off the same way you and your family ran Louisa off, you're in for something else. Get out!
What?
You heard me.
The story that I'm about to tell you guys will both shock and exonerate us all.
Keep your filthy peasant hands away from my sister or else.
How can he let me fall in love with a woman I can't get. Tell me you don't feel that. Because I know you do.
Yes, but I see her name right there, Clarice Kula.
Yep, that's Dr. Kula. So yeah, like I said, I definitely want to see it. I don't know where I could find it. It's something like that. It should be on Netflix. Her next movie she's making, she's gonna have that girl Tempest Bledsoe. Rudy from the Cosby Show.
Yes.
Rudy Huxtable. Remember Ludacris? She looked like all grown up like Rudy Huxtable.
The only bad thing about this, these things here, they don't have any promotional link for you to find it or do anything.
Yeah. So yeah, that's hopefully she can get with like a Tyler Perry or something.
Yeah,
people.
That's who name they showed at the beginning.
Tyler Perry.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So so these movies like this and whatnot, there's also a Black Indie channel we got to start Patreon. The Black Indie, the African Indie channel.
There you
go. Director of Tyler Perry's movies. Yes. The Black Indie channel. They got a lot of underground films and stuff like that from from the Caribbean, Africa, stuff like that. Well, I think they charge for that, but we need to get into. I forgot it's called Quelly. Quelly TV. That's another thing. So, like I said, we have all the stuff that people complain about. People complaining about we don't have this, whatever. But we don't support the stuff that we have. Quelly TV and stuff like that. I'm gonna see if I could download that app on my Fire Stick. Start watching some of that stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna make it a point of starting watching more independent African films on stations like Quelly. I know Quelly's online, right? If it's an app, I could probably definitely download it on my Fire Stick. You can watch it on television, and stuff like that. So all these things, we talk about Buy Black, supporting Black-owned film productions and everything like that. We have a long ways to go. We have people realizing now that we're so far off the mark as far as everything. We're not supporting Black-owned businesses. We're not supporting Black-owned film productions, and all we do is sit back and complain, about what we don't have and what we don't have. We feel dissatisfied, instead of getting behind what we have and supporting it and everything and being appreciative of what we have and everything like that. Mufasa said, hopefully quality added content. I subscribed 2 years ago. There's hardly anything there. Well, yeah, but they can't keep making stuff if people aren't supporting it, I mean, Black people are the biggest subscribers to Netflix, they said, we buy more movie tickets than any other group. Black people, we're the biggest movie goers. We're the biggest people of watching Netflix, everything like that. But none of this stuff is Black owned. Everybody said should set Netflix and chill. Let's say I'm paying the same value. I feel like they got over with Buy Black now. Really, I felt they got with the Buy. Yeah, I see. I would. Mufasa, can you come on tonight and just talk me down a little bit? Where am I going wrong with the Buy Black? I understand we have to deliver a better product and everything. But we got to start from someplace. Can you come on and bless us with some of your knowledge? You're the television guy. You're in the film guy. You're into this. Maybe you know something I don't know. Maybe you know something I don't know. Yeah, I've seen a couple of good movies like it was worth watching. You know who makes good movies? South Africa. South African movies and Kenyan movies are really, really good. I'll be honest with you, right? I'm not up to the level of watching Nollywood movies. I can't do it. I cannot do it. I can't do it, man. Don't ever force me to do that. You know, I draw the line with Nollywood. I can't do it. Bomani, have you ever watched Nollywood movies?
I've seen a few of them.
Yeah, I can't do it, man. Just the acting and the I can't do it. You know, the one Nigerian movie was good called My American Nurse, My American Wife, something like that. You know, it was a real good movie, real good dialogue. It was about a Nigerian guy tried to bring a Nigerian girl over here, and the Nigerian women were telling them about all the freedoms they have. They don't have to listen to their husband when they're in America. So she left her husband, and he told the one lady, said, just because your life didn't turn up, why are you trying to ruin our lives and everything like that? So that was a really, really good dialogue, you know? It was basically something that Nigerians go through, like when the women comes over here and they find out they have all this freedom and everything like that, and they start being independent. And the guy wanted a traditional wife, but in America, she found out she can get her own car, everything like that, Yeah, Nigeria, Nollywood is tough to watch, man. Nigeria, Nollywood is tough to watch. If they dealt with Nigerian history and stuff like that, now there was a movie that wasn't Nollywood, it was pretty good, called by that dude Chibanda, whatever that lady Chibanda, whatever her name is, and the author, she wrote a movie, Half a Yellow Sun. It starred Thaddeus Newton and Chiwetel Ejiofor. It was about the Biafra War. That wasn't a Nollywood flick, but I love the fact that it was centered in the 1960s Nigeria. That was a really, really good movie. I said I want more stuff like this. I love movies like Hotel Rwanda or Sometimes in April. I love period movies. Where people are going back in history and stuff like that. I want to see more stories like this. Because there's a huge demand for it. There's been like 1,000 Nelson Mandela movies. We want there's more stories that need to be told. And stuff like that. So we have to step our game up. I understand some Nigerian culture, right? But the modern Nigerian culture, where basically, I don't know, just I can't do that. I gotta watch stuff from a standpoint of, they gotta have good dialogue and everything like that. Show me the history. Show me real intellect. Show me real human connection and everything like that. I want to see that. I don't want to see a bunch of yelling and drama and stuff like that. I can't do that, because I don't understand half the time what they're saying and all the stuff like that. Mediocrity. I can't watch mediocrity. So it's Nigeria. Nollywood was painful to watch. South Africa, to tell you the truth. But then again, there hasn't been any really good movies that came out of South Africa recently. Hey, I'm gonna run to the bathroom for a second, right? I'll be back for a second. I'll take a leak.
Do you think, brother, it's all good? Greetings, Mufasa. Welcome to the call, brother. Tonight's subject is damn right there. Buying Black is the first step in building Black African infrastructure. So I just want you to share what's on your mind.
No, I mean, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that sentiment. Like I said, I hate to say something. I hate to say something about Quelly TV, but I just had to say something because I went on there and there was actually some good movies on there, man. There was it was a good movie. It was in French. It was man, I forget where the director was from. I think it was from Benin Republic, but it was a dope movie. So what it was it was a and it wasn't like an alphabet agenda, right? The way they did it, but it was a movie where a wife was kind of like fed up with her husband, so she was like, "Yeah, I got an idea. I'm gonna take another husband. You ain't doing nothing, whatever. I'm gonna get a second husband." And they showed like the two husbands in the house, and you know, she was basically like tormenting the dude, and then at the end, it was all like she was just messing with him, so you know he treat her better. But it was a funny movie, you know what I mean? And I had never really seen a plot like that, so they got some stuff on there. But I went on there, you know, it was like barely anything on there, and then a lot of stuff on there was a real low level. You had like one really good Kenya movie. It was pretty good, like good quality. It was a pretty good Kenya movie on there. I forget the plot, but I remember that. Then there was that other movie, and then it was just very few movies on there.
So
And
it
I'm
seemed
like,
like
huh?
maybe 1 out of every 10 movie is good.
I had two. There was only 10 movies on there. It's just, there was only 10, and I liked two of them. There was like I said, that one West African French movie was pretty good, and then yeah, then they had a Kenyan movie that was actually pretty professionally done. It was really professionally done. But the and it was a good movie, but the plot wasn't particularly African. You get what I mean? It could have been, you could have kind of switched it out. You know, it was African because it was in Kenya, but you get what I mean. That's one thing I will give Nigeria credit for, even though like they they have to kind of polish it, but they always go cultural. There's a lot of cultural things in there. A lot of them take place in, you know, the semi-rural areas. A lot of the stories, so they definitely go cultural. It's just they gotta polish it, man. Like, and then some of them, it's just like you know, some of the mistakes are just kind of just lazy. You know, it's like I don't want to hear the cameraman breathing, and then you know, I hear the cameraman breathing, and then the grandma's on the right side, so she's loud because she's right next to the camera. But we can't hear the son, and we can hear the father even less. Like stuff like that, it doesn't take any money to fix. You get what I mean? That doesn't require any money. I mean, you know, that's just laziness. I mean, I get that you're trying to rush them because it's kind of like quantity over quality. But to be honest, man, some of these Yoruba movies are good movies. Like after actually going to Yoruba land, and actually going out and staying out there in the semi-rural and kind of seeing kind of the village politics and different things and how people think, talking to people. After I did that, when I was in Nigeria for like 6 months, and then I started to watch them, and they made more sense. You get what I mean? But to me, that still shows the lack of writing because, like, okay, uh, not to compare them to Disney. I understand it's unfair, but from a writing perspective, Disney could make a movie about anything. They'll make sure you find out what it's about. You don't have to know. You don't have to live there. You get what I mean? I don't have to live in Pride Rock with Simba to understand Lion King. They'll make sure you learn. And as
The
time
setting,
passes,
the
say
setting,
what?
the setting.
Right. They'll make sure they tell you. You know, they'll have a character say, "Hey, that's Scar. The guy's dangerous." You know, you get what I mean? They have strategy to do that. But when I'm watching some of these movies, it's like now I'm like, okay, now I get it. That's a charm. That's the Oluo. That's the religious leader. That's this. I know now because I know who the people are in real life. But I'm like, if I didn't know this, how could I follow this movie? I'd be lost. And they need to clean that stuff up, you know, because everybody doesn't know that stuff.
Yeah, my problem with that is like when you watch a movie, what I like is like when they usually start a movie, they always show the skyline of the city or something like that. You know, they'll show a movie. They'll show people walking on the street. They'll show overhead view. Okay, and nowadays, no excuse because you could take a drone, right? Let's say the movie's set in Lagos, Nigeria, right? They could take a drone camera up ahead, you know, and do a sky, you know, overview and whatnot. Remember when Enter the Dragon started, right? And he said, it goes, what's the first thing after Lee did that thing with the kid? He goes, dun, 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 right? And it showed Hong Kong, the Bay of Hong Kong. Remember?
Right.
And then in the beginning, they showed the people in the rickshaws and whatnot. They showed Jim Kelly getting off the plane and everything, you know. everything. Okay, that's a setting. You're in Hong Kong. You know,
Yeah.
you're in Hong Kong. You know, African movies don't do that. You know, they don't do a setting. You know, they don't do a place. You know, a plot and a setting, the time, the place, everything like that. You know, Tariq has a movie on Quelly TV. Yeah, but the bottom line is this: Tariq. I never watched A Hidden Color. I refuse to watch A Hidden Color. I know everybody else.
He had his movies on Quelly TV. You know,
Yes,
Quelly is a tether. You know what I mean? So he's doing business with the tethers, huh?
Yeah, you know. So, what did you think about what I was saying before? I was reading out a whole bunch of on the Black-owned app, Buy Black app, right? I see nothing but all different types of restaurants, whether they're Ethiopian owned. What does that tell you? In the real world, Black people are trying to come together. You know?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
In the real world, you know, not the internet fake world and everything like that. The real world, Black people are trying to come together. You know, we're
I don't
trying
know, man. Yeah, I do, because I looked in my area. I mean, they got the Ethiopian restaurant, the Jamaican stuff, and everything is there. But I do wonder, because I remember there was one time, it was a couple years ago. There was an African event, and I had found it. I forgot how I found it. I think I might have found it in the Voice and Viewpoint, the Black newspaper, or something. I forget how I found it, but it was like an unorthodox way. And I was like, oh, yeah, African event. Boom, I'm going to go up there. You know, because typically African event means African American, or, you know.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. They had one in D.C. I felt the same way. I didn't feel any.
Yeah, and I was like, what the hell? It was
just about African immigrants, and you know, it was like almost like some of these places, some of these events are like almost like anti-African American. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
I was just like, man, I would hope that they would be pushing the other businesses at that type of stuff too. You know, pushing ours, the African American, and then all that type of stuff. I would hope they would be doing that.
Yeah.
I will say this. I remember when there's a group called the African Alliance here to kind of help out, you know, African immigrants and stuff like that. Because we here in San Diego, we have Sudanese refugees, and you know, we have some refugees, not necessarily all just, you know, not just all people just immigrating. So we have some refugees. So they definitely have a group called the African Alliance. And I remember I had got arrested and then put in jail. I had 2 jobs at the time. I lost them. I was on the news. You know, people were protesting for me because, you know, I knew some community people. So as soon as I went in, I told them what happened, and people kind of organized for me. And I remember when I got out, one of the brothers from the African Alliance had came, gave me his card. It was like, hey, man, we could get you a job, you know. I do remember that. He was like, you know, give me a call, we can get you a job. I don't know what type of job it would have been, but I do remember that. I do got to say that.
Yeah.
So we are working together.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that I don't always see that. Like I don't necessarily see the soul food restaurant card at the you know, I guess I wouldn't make sense for it to be at the Ethiopian restaurant, but the different places I go.
Right.
So.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like a lot of our brothers and sisters in Africa bring their tribalism and their stuff like that. That's what, you know, they're close to. That's why I said we shouldn't feel ashamed if we're building in Africa and the primary goal, their priority is going to be their own fellow countrymen. You know.
Yeah.
That's a thing. But the only group of people that are not allowed to prioritize themselves are African Americans. You ever notice that?
Yeah, true. But the thing is, I think like you're saying, we just got to point it out. You know, as long as we call it out, I don't think they all want to be like that. You get what I'm saying? I don't think it's that serious. Like, oh yeah, no, we're specifically against you. I think it's some ignorance in there, or some maybe they haven't things haven't been pointed out. Because if I can go and say, hey, you know, if I go to that event and maybe ask some questions, maybe see, hey, where could I, you know, maybe I, instead of going to that event and just kind of looking around and nobody speaking English, I just left. Maybe I try to figure out, hey, how can I get in here? How can we see if there's a place for us in what's going on? You get what I mean?
Yeah.
It's this kind of work we got to do a little bit.
Yeah, we can't assume You know, that's what Umar Johnson makes his mistake. He assumes, oh, black, no, don't work like that. This takes work, We have to build these relationships because they don't know us like that, they don't know us like that. It's all black. No, it don't work like that. The Liberians going to look out for Liberians, Senegalese going to look out for Senegalese, and everything like that. And they all come together under this African banner because they're from the continent,
Yeah.
And we are Americans. They're like, okay, you're African Americans, but you guys are not us. That's the sad part about it, A lot of got that attitude, well, you're not us, you didn't migrate, you're not a refugee, you don't understand this. We're grateful to be here, right? And you're basically trying to be like, rain on our parade. We're like, well, we're trying to take advantage of this opportunity called America and everything like that for all it's worth, everything. We're appreciative of this country, so we don't want to be bogged down with what you guys call your struggle and everything like that, because they don't understand, how you guys struggling in a country this rich and everything like that, opportunities, so they don't understand that, And like I said, I said that what will solve that is the Buy Black movement,
Yeah.
So many African American in my area, I didn't even notice, right? The one restaurant I went to today, that's in my neighborhood, nice neighborhood, right? And there was a bar and pub, and I've been going by area. My brother ate there, my sister ate there one night. She said, yeah, good food. I didn't know it was black owned, so I looked in the Buy Black house. I looked for a black owned restaurant. It said Southern Flair. I said, because I know a lot of black people go there, right? And in my mind, I'm thinking because it's in a nice shopping center, right? Nice shopping center, it must be white. I automatically assume that when you think of black businesses, like the hood, whatever like that. And then I looked at my neighbor. I said, damn, you got all these black businesses in brand new shopping centers and stuff like that. I'm like, damn, things have changed, And so I
There's a
said,
lot of stuff out here, man. There's a lot of stuff here, at least in the city, because I'm looking on the app and they're missing one. There's Ali's Chicken and Waffles right here by my place, that here downtown.
Right.
They're not on there. I might see that. But a lot of these business owners, I know them personally. A lot of them, if you you're kind of out in the community, you can know a lot of them. But then there's some on here that you won't know.
Yeah, because I want to when I think of black business, I got to go all Newport News. I got to find a hole in the wall shack or whatever. Like, that's what I'm thinking, man. My mind, I'm being racist to my own people. I say, yeah, I got to go. We go to Newport News. Find some soul food place. I'm looking at this thing like, damn. I said, these would be nice restaurants. I didn't even know they were black owned. I'm like, dang, okay. So
yeah, they got a good one like that. Same thing out here. There's a it's a place. It's one of those luxury movie theaters. I really only go to those, to be honest. It's
I go to Cinema Cafe. There was a black man. Let me cut you off. In DC or Maryland, something like that, opened up his own cafe cinema.
And where at? In DC?
I can't remember, like DC or Maryland, and it looked
I'll
nice.
Definitely go to that, man. I
gotta find it.
I want to do one in Africa, man.
Yeah, that'd be the best thing. If you go, that's the one thing that's a deal breaker. The first country that builds a cafe cinema, like we have Cinema Cafe here, every family we always go to Cinema Cafe. And then we got
to be done in Nigeria, man. Nigeria got Nollywood. It's got to be done there.
Yeah, but I can't watch Nollywood movies. I can't sit through. I want to be able to see like Hollywood blockbuster movies and stuff like that. I want to see African made feature films. Feature films, something on the level of Marvel and stuff like that. That's when people go out to the movie. They want to see big budget movies.
No,
and stuff.
But listen, if you go to the movies, like, so when I went there, I went to the movies. I remember when I first went to Nigeria, that was one of my things. I'm like, I want to see a Nollywood movie in Nigeria in the movie theater. And the ones that are going to actually make theaters, they have a budget to where they're going to be, it's not going to be like what you see on Yoruba Plus on the internet and stuff like that on YouTube.
Oh, I can't do that, bro.
But I'm saying it's not going to be like that. The higher budget ones aren't like that. They're going to be more well put together.
The best movie I've seen in years was that Creed 3. You seen that?
I liked Creed 3. Everybody was talking about the end, but I liked it, man.
Man, I love the whole story. Everything was good. That movie really took me by surprise, right?
Well, Ryan Coogler is golden, man.
Yeah, no, he didn't direct Creed 3.
He wrote it. Yeah. He wrote and directed.
I don't think he directed Creed 3. I think I don't think he was a part of that project. You
I
know.
have to look that up. And you look
Okay, because Creed 3 was friggin' good.
Why don't you just look it up on search?
Yeah. Okay. So we clear. What you call that? What took me over with Jonathan Major. That's when I became a Jonathan Major fan. You know.
It was directed by Michael B. Jordan. He wrote it though.
Yeah, he wrote. Yeah. Michael B. Jordan directed.
But my point still remains. You know.
Ryan Coogler is a good director. You know, he messed up with that.
He wrote all those movies he's directing. Usually he's writing.
Right. But he messed up with that Wakanda Forever. I don't know what he was thinking about.
I agree with you.
That shit, man. You know, remember out there, I think, Wakanda Forever, man. I said I waited for a week. I'm the most film critic, not seeing this film critic in the world. Carl, did you see it? No, I didn't see it yet. Why you Why you commenting on you haven't seen it yet? Because I'm just saying, Colin, go see the movie, right? So I went to go see it. I almost fell asleep in that shit, you know? That was horrible. You know?
Yeah.
Kind of was horrible.
I just couldn't, man. I really wish they would have gave that
they should have recast T'Challa.
They could have recast T'Challa for sure. Or because the only character in there that was really worth a damn to me was the dude from the the outside tribe, huh?
M'Baku, you know?
Yeah, M'Baku. He's like the only one.
He looked like a buffoon in the movie. You know?
Exactly.
Like a buffoon.
He's funny. He's he has a presence. I'm like, I'm trying. I really tried, man, but it's just like I can't really buy the 90-pound.
She was like a stick and bones, man. Remember end fight scene?
Man.
That was horrible, man. You know, then they had this come together moment with the Latinos and whatnot, and I'm like, what the fuck was I just?
But half the movie, 3/4 of the movie was about Latinos. I'm like, damn.
I'm like, god damn, man. I mean, that character, right? Nimwar, he made a name for himself because he stole the movie, you know.
Yeah, that's what I said. The whole thing was it was about it wasn't really. I don't know that just movie wasn't good at all, man. I don't even want to see that again.
Yeah, I saw it once. I think that's enough for me. You know,
the first one was a masterpiece.
The first one was revolutionary.
Yeah, that was beyond. That was
the most disappointing follow-up movie of all time. Wakanda Forever.
Man. Hey, but Mike, didn't you see it in your house with your son?
I've seen him. Yeah, absolutely.
You watched it in your house. You got
the last one I watched. Yeah, it was here.
Hold on, you bootlegged it?
No, I just had a copy.
Yeah.
Oh man, damn.
You didn't miss nothing in the theaters, man. I was bored, man. Usually I had a cinema cafe. I ordered a lot of food. Man, by the time the food was done, man, I was like, shit, man, when's this shit be over?
Yeah, I'm happy I didn't go there.
You were probably depressed.
I
would have probably walked out halfway.
Yeah, it was terrible, man. It was really terrible. Fight scenes were weak,
But you didn't like the Woman King, though.
Oh, well, I never saw the Woman King. Like I said, I'm the most non-seeingest film critic in the world.
Nah, did you see the Woman King, Bomani?
I've seen the Woman King. I thought that was much better. I didn't look at it as what people are looking at it as some kind of historical story. They chopped up what they did and they made a kick-ass movie with some sisters. But Wakanda Forever was on a whole different level of foolishness.
Yeah, Wakanda Forever.
But the good thing about Woman King, if people want to debate about it, they can debate about many of the things in there, whether it's slavery or whether white people and black people working together to enslave black people, or just look at those things.
I mean, they were
anything other than that. It's then because people are gonna obviously see that it's not. It's Hollywood. It's a historical aspect of just a kingdom, which is I think the issue that people have. That they use that
who they were
and flip certain things around, but beyond that, man, it was the movie. It was a cool storyline and a great action movie, but Wakanda Forever was just completely just a flop.
No, the Woman King was an excellent movie, and I people got kind of caught up on the agenda. I mean, I understand there's the anti-male agenda. I understand. Like I listened to that Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. He always talks about the black men stuff. I agree with almost everything he said, but it didn't take anything, kind of critically going with the kind of calling out the feminist stuff, right? But it didn't take anything away from the movie, because what people didn't understand was this. I had to take my daughter into the movie theater at 12 or however old she was at the time, and she got to see West Africa depicted, something I didn't see. I had to read it. I didn't get to see it really. Shit, for a long time. I had to actually go over there. You didn't have any big time feature films showing you detailed information of exactly where you came from. Not Shaka Zulu. I'm talking about exactly where you came from, how they rounded you up, where they took you, and then showed you the glorious side of it, right? It taught you some things. It depicted Isheshe, the religion. You never got to see this stuff. They actually put this stuff in a movie and depicted it, and threw an interesting story in there, and actually exposed a lot of children to where they come from in Africa.
Yeah,
A
but
lot of people didn't look at that.
The woman gave not saying, but I don't like the fact that people are trying to. A lot of white people felt like this relief. They let themselves off the hook. Like, see, we weren't only involved. If you really look at the history of the French and everything like that, the Dahomey was just one kingdom, right? That basically became Europeanized, and a lot of the people were mixed. People don't realize this history of West Africa, right? That a lot of the Europeans married into African families, a lot of Africans, to facilitate this transatlantic slave trade, and so therefore it was the onus was on Europe. The demand for slaves is what fueled all of this, the demand for slaves, so one way or the other, slaves were coming. And so therefore the Africans really just jockeyed for position in this trade system that they were interwoven in. And that's what the homie was really, so a lot of Europeans like, oh yeah, see, they were enslaving each other and everything. I'm like, yes, but it was a European mercantile global system that forced these people to do that in the first place. I don't want that to be lost.
Yeah, no, that's true. That is true. But it is important for people to understand, because the kind of roots came out and it made all our people think that we were all just kidnapped. They did depict some important history. So I mean, we do does have to be known.
History. Look,
but you got to teach your kids at the same time. See, I'm able to teach my daughter that part. That like, listen, this is a feminist agenda, and they're pushing this. They're overstating the Dahomey were not really that big of a part of the thing like that. I get to kind of tell her what's going on at the same time and let her get the benefit of the visuals.
Yeah, I mean, seeing female warriors. But I would love to see the movie about a feature about Queen Nzinga.
Man, it was a good one, man. Oh man, you can look
it
up.
I saw bits and pieces of it.
The Portuguese, the one in Portuguese.
Yeah, she bought the Portuguese. Angola. You
didn't like it.
And so what I'm saying is, she basically fought the Portuguese. The thing is about Queen Nzinga, like Shaka Zulu was, she let the Africans on the coast deal with the Portuguese, and the Dutch fear her more than they feared the Portuguese. That's why she was more effective, right? They feared her wrath, and so therefore she said, no, you're not taking any more slaves out of the kingdom. The Portuguese like, no, we're going to keep doing it. So they went to war and she crushed them, And years later, Queen Nzinga converted to Catholicism, and stuff like that. And the slave trade continued. But she made a point, that, we could destroy you anytime we want. The Portuguese would intimidate Africans on the coast and stuff like that. But they said, look, we got a bigger problem, Queen Nzinga. So the Africans said, I'd rather deal with you, whatever happens to you, than deal with her, And the same thing with Shaka Zulu. Shaka Zulu, the Africans in the region feared him more than they feared the English and the Dutch, And so that's what and Dahomey didn't have that sort of situation. There was nobody that they had to fear, the King of the Oil. People were supplying them from the trade routes to the north to the coast, And they were, and most of the African countries in the region were participating in the facilitation of the slave trade. There was no real organized response to the transatlantic slave trade. I heard one time story where the Portuguese had a slave castle on the coast of Mozambique, right? And this powerful African king, right, from Zimbabwe, all the way up in Zimbabwe, right, heard about it, marched his army down there and burned it to the ground, you know, and killed them all. You know, these are stories we need to know about. I forgot the name of the kingdom, but I got to research that more. But he said, you know, he heard about the slave trade, when I heard about white men were taking Africans, and he just went down there with his army and just kicked ass and take names, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, well, these are stories we need to know more about, you know. But like I said, I will watch The Woman King. I think I got my Fire Stick in it one night. I'm like, always look for something to watch it one night. Maybe I might I hope I'm not going to be disappointed, Mufasa, you know.
I loved it, man. Like I said, and especially
you got a daughter. I understand, you know.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like, man, I'm in here, you know, and it's for her to go into a movie. Like, I'm always the weird guy talking about Ifa, talking about Ogun, all this stuff. And then to go into a movie and on the big screen, see them reinforce this stuff and reinforce the things I'm teaching her. Like, that type of stuff just didn't happen when we were growing up. You know, I understand there's some drawbacks, but I just feel like they did a good job. And there was historical inaccuracies, but where the inaccuracies existed, I understood what they were trying to do, right? So, for instance, they had Gezo, I think is his name, the king. They were pretty much deliberating on which direction to take the kingdom, you know. And Viola Davis's character is saying like, "Hey, we need to go into palm oil." And then they had someone else kind of saying, "Hey, you know, we need to keep selling the slaves or whatever." And the king is like, "Oh, we can't move forward selling Africans. You know, we can't do this or whatever." Now, obviously, we know there's no concept of Africans, but what the director and the writer is trying to do, even though, you know, I think the writers are white. The director is black though, huh?
Yeah, 3 white women wrote it.
Yeah. I did have an issue with that, and I did say I wouldn't. I don't watch like slave movies that are put out by white people, but Viola Davis was a part producer. They had the black director, you know. So I was like, okay, they got the writer. So I still decided to go ahead and see it. But basically, the point I was saying is that they were putting it out there that we need to work together and not sell each other out. This is what they were trying to do. Then they had a character. They had a mulatto Brazilian. They had a mulatto Brazilian from Portugal, you know, and his mother was actually from Dahomey. He was born in slavery and he ended up getting his freedom, and he came back. And they used this character to be like the diaspora returning, right? So they took some liberties, but they were all to try to send certain points. There were issues with the movie too, but yeah, you should take a look at it.
Yeah. Like I said, I known about that because I knew that one of the kings, the homie, right, that came to the kingdom was actually mixed race, right, and he ascended to the throne. And he expanded. He was real brutal, you know, wiped out.
Heard about that
and stuff like that. You know, I don't know who the character was in the movie, but I read that story.
He was something else. He was a slave trader. This guy,
he was a slave trader, you know.
Yeah.
And so basically, we got put that it wasn't just Africa; it was Negropeans, you know, who had returned and you know, had that mindset of the white man, stuff like that, you know, and stuff like that. So, can we call Dahomey a really African kingdom? You know, you know, some of them, like this same thing happened in Portuguese Africa and Guinea-Bissau. You know, there was a people, and that's the whole thing about the mulattoization of black people. A lot of mulattoes basically sided with their white side of things, you know, and basically went along with the oppression of Africa, you know, and so that's what the Europeans did. You know, a lot of people go back, and it happened in Lagos, Nigeria. You know, a lot of Africans that were captured and sent to Brazil, they caused a lot of trouble. They sent them back to Lagos instead of saying, you know, something that was terrible with the slave trade. You know what they did? They set up when you see a lot of Brazilian architecture in Lagos, right? These were people that basically got with the Tanubus and all these other people and engaged in the transatlantic slave trade. You know, they were returned and they began getting into the slave trade themselves. You know, because they had contact with Europeans and other people. You know, so
Yeah, but shit, a lot of people were selling out. You know.
yeah. So
I just learned about Tipa.
Tib.
Yeah, so yeah, a friend of mine, he was showing me some stuff. He's over there in Kenya. He was showing me some
He was
stuff.
he was the most fierce slave trader on the east coast of Africa. You know, and he was a black man, but he was Arabized. You know,
Right,
he was
but Zanzibar. So apparently Zanzibar was taken over by the Oman for years, and they had sultans and everything. I never knew anything about this stuff. You know,
and so people like, Tib, you know, he's a Muslim dude. The dude was a trader, slave trader, race trader. You know, and so he basically terrorized the coast of Kilwa and modern day Mombasa. You know, with slave raids and stuff like that. You know,
right.
And stuff like that. People don't know this history, you know. But
yeah, it seemed like a piece of garbage from what I was able to look at.
Piece of garbage. The bottom line is, so Europeans will use that, say, see, we were always, but the onus, the me, I still say, it was the Europeans who benefited, because look at Africa and look at Europe. Who benefited from the transatlantic slave trade? It wasn't Africa, you know.
Yeah, well, but some Africans did. Some small ones did, but for the most part, they definitely. Like, it's funny. It's funny that you say that too, because when I looked them up and I watched like this YouTube short, and it's some white guy like, oh, guess who was one of the biggest slave traders in Africa?
All that going on, and there's another lie going on right here about this black man in South Carolina who owned a lot of slaves, right? But what they don't tell you, right, is this guy was buying black people to free them from Europe, white people in South Carolina, right? And the white people down in South Carolina say, yeah, he was the largest slave owner. And they paint his picture as dark skin, right? But this guy was actually light skinned, right? He was like mixed race ancestry, right? And he had his freedom, right? And so he began buying family members and black people, and he kept them safe from the slave trade. They make it sound, oh, he like this. First of all, there was the slave trade, the planters were tied to Wall Street banks, Jewish Wall Street banks. That's who financed the crops and all stuff like that. There was no black man. You show me anywhere a black man got any loans for his crops and stuff like that to participate in the plantation system. It did not exist. What that dude was in South Carolina was he built communities and self-sufficient communities and everything. And maybe he sold some things for profit and stuff like that. But there was no evidence of a black man working people to death, right, to bring cotton to the mill or to the cotton gin to ship out in large quantity. That did not exist, you know?
Right.
So they're trying to criticize it because white people are desperate to cover their history, you know? So they come up with, the first slave trader in America was a black man, you know? No, that wasn't the case, you know? Some black man in the 1600s had basically purchased somebody who had indentured, you know? Slavery did not, it's something that exists, you know? But
wait a minute, that's not true that he appealed and he was the one that caused chattel. His case started chattel slavery.
No, that's a lie. They used that. You know, they used that guy to rewrite history. You know, show me where that guy got rich off the chattel slavery. You know, it didn't exist. You know, you got to read between the lines. What they say, chattel slavery existed for one thing, for profit. You know, they brought Africans over here to work to death to produce crops and everything like that. Because and think about it, if you had a business before, you run a business, like, what's your biggest expense when running a business? Labor, right?
Yeah, labor.
You know, labor. If you have a permanent people that could do all the hard work, don't have to worry about pay, don't have to worry about anything, and work to death and everything like that, you know, you're gonna see 99% profit. You know, that's why slavery, the African slave that brought over here was worth more than gold. They call it black gold. because you got a human body that's going to produce. Wealth is created by three things. You know, you have to have land, labor, and capital, and also with that labor, you have to have human exertion. You know, you have to have somebody doing work to produce something. You know, that's how wealth is maintained, spread, and everything. Someone has to do work. Now, the trade-off of that is you have to pay somebody to do the work, right? If you have a situation where somebody's doing the work and not getting paid, that's why after slavery, slave owners said, "Look, you know, you want to stay on? I can't pay you much. I can't afford because there was no system." That's why they had to do sharecropping. You know, there was no system for Europeans to white people to pay Africans once slavery was ended. So they started sharecropping. So we'll rent you land. You have half, I have half. Whatnot, you know.
Right.
Yeah. So they tried to twist history around to make it to the lesson like they weren't so evil. The Mississippi, people don't realize this. Mississippi was the richest region in America. People think of New York. In the 1900s, it was Mississippi, you know, and places like Tennessee where cotton and everything was booming. America produced 2/3 of the world's supply of cotton.
Yeah.
You know?
And cotton was like oil back then.
Yeah. So all the cotton went to the mills of London and everything. That spurred the Industrial Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the bottom line is this idea that black people benefited from the system. No, they did not. There were no black men that owned slaves that produced cotton or anything like that made money like that. It was a lie. It never happened. Let them tell it or not. They're going to try to twist. And it's now, you ever see white people now talk about, see, we're all screwed. The blacks were slaves, and they're trying to distance themselves from their history, right? No, white people benefited psychologically, even if they didn't own slaves, you know?
Right.
Most white people supported the institution because it guaranteed them a place in the world, you know? All they had to do is look over and see black people suffering in misery, and they say, you know something? I may not have a dime in my pocket, but shit, at least I'm white, you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely, brother.
They would be given all these set-asides and all this free land when they got here, all type of stuff going on.
Yeah.
Absolutely, brother. So, but I mean, if you want us to play the video about black slave owners.
Yeah, go ahead, play that. Let's see what these crockers got to say.
Welcome to Twist List. Today we are looking at top 10 black slave owners. The U.S. has a long and gruesome history of slavery that has affected almost every part of its culture. Children in school learn the harsh circumstances that slaves were forced to live with and the incredible cruelty white slave owners showed them. American history teachers know how important it is to teach the horrors of slavery, not only so the mistakes of the past aren't repeated but because the long-term oppression and cruelty toward black people extends even to modern times in important cultural issues such as police brutality and a cycle of poverty that is directly linked to racism caused by slavery. What isn't often taught is that there were many black people who not only participated in the slave trade but who often profited greatly from it. They owned slaves as property in order to enhance their own economical well-being by having free labor for their plantations. Many were biracial children of former white masters and were either freed or were left some property in a will. The American South is infamous for using slaves on their large plantations, and many of the black slave owners on this list are from South Carolina and Louisiana. Some were considered slave magnates for owning more than 50 slaves, but others earned their place simply for their unique stories. At number 10 we have Dilsey Pope. Dilsey Pope was born a free woman, and when she was older, she bought the man she loved in order to marry him. Many state laws at the time would not allow slaves to be emancipated, so it was common for family or spouses to technically own their family. Dilsey owned her own house and land, and she also hired her husband out as labor. What makes this particular situation so unique is that when Dilsey and her husband had a fight, Dilsey sold him to her white neighbor out of spite. While many modern women might wish to get rid of their husbands, Dilsey truly takes the cake when it comes to method. Also, like many other spouses, she later felt bad about the argument and tried to reconcile. The only problem was that when she went by her husband back and apologize, her neighbor refused to sell him. 1. The 9th spot on the list is occupied by Jacob Gaskin.
Now, Carla, what a story. What a story. Is that classified as being a slave owner? That's some funny stuff, man. This number 10. I mean, when they say she had an issue with her husband, she sold him. She sold him to the neighbor. What kind of stuff is that right there?
Yeah, they were real. Like if you had somebody that you were a slave, whatever like that, and or denture, whatever like that, you sell somebody something like that. That ain't the same as somebody basically buying people as chattel and whatever like that. So they exaggerate these stories.
She got upset with him and she sold him to the neighbors, and then she changed her mind and she wanted to get him back, and the neighbor wouldn't release him. So she was a slave owner.
But anybody black that's free can own somebody as a slave. That means that you just you own the bond on that person or the mortgage on that person's life, and people don't realize that a slave, when you own a slave back then, a slave person, you could take out a life insurance on him. He dies, whatever like that. You collect the life insurance policy, right? And you can mortgage. Thomas Jefferson made a lot of his money when he was in debt. He mortgaged his slaves out. He took out loans on his slaves. And how the loans were paid back? The slaves had to produce, on his plantations, Mount Vernon. People don't tell that brutal history. I wanted to hear the story of that, where somebody was mortgaged out, another black person mortgaged somebody's life out and stuff like that. It does not exist. We'll watch this whole video and we won't see that.
Well, let's see what else they come up with creative. This is only number 10.
Yeah.
Jacob Gaskin was born free only because his mother was a free woman. His father was still a slave at the time of his birth. This was rather common at the time, and the mother eventually wanted to buy Jacob's father so that he would no longer have to work as a slave on a plantation. When Jacob grew older, his mother helped him to buy his father. The family was happy with this arrangement, although the father was technically still their slave until he attempted to do what all parents do, reprimand his son. This is when this story becomes notable. One day, Jacob's father scolded him after Jacob had misbehaved, as any good father would do. Jacob, a petulant, entitled boy, became so angry with his father that he sold him to a New Orleans trader and then later bragged to his friends and colleagues about sending his own father to be a slave on a plantation in Louisiana to learn him some manners. 2. Number 8 on our list is Nat Butler. Nat Butler makes this list for the special type of manipulative cruelty that he showed toward his fellow humans. Butler was one of the worst kinds of slave owners. Not only did he participate in the trade, but he actively tricked slaves into running away so that he could sell them back to their masters. Butler would convince a slave to hide out on his property. Butler would then speak to the slave's owner to find out what the reward was for returning him. If the reward was high, he would simply return the slave for the money. If the price was low, Butler would buy the slave and resell him to slave dealers down south for a profit. 3. He gained a bad reputation in his county for his scheming actions, and many attempted to hurt and even murder him for revenge. At number 7 we have Justice Angel and Mistress Ellery. Justice Angel and Mistress Ellery were wealthy black masters who each owned 84 slaves, or 168 together. 4. They were located in Colleton District, now Charleston County, in South Carolina in 1830. Because most slave owners only had a handful of slaves, Angel and Ari were considered economic elite and were called slave magnates. Slaves were simply labor to Angel and Ari, and they considered them property, hunting down runaway slaves and punishing misbehaving ones. While there is no evidence that they treated their slaves more harshly than other slave owners, they were known to own them strictly for business purposes. They bought, sold, and traded them like property, and misbehaving slaves were punished harshly for interfering with profits. Number 6 on the list is Widow C. Richards and son P.C. Richards. In 1860, slave owners, white or black, owned around 1 to 5 slaves on average. About 28% of the free black population in New Orleans at the time owned slaves, with at least 6 owning 65 or more. C. Richards and her son P.C. go above and beyond these other 6 slave owners by owning over twice as many. The widow and her son operated a large sugar plantation together and owned more slaves than all other black slave owners in Louisiana in 1860, topping off at 152. 5. The 5th spot on the list is occupied by the Pendarvis family. During the 1730s, the Pendarvis family was one of the most prominent in the South, owning the biggest rice plantations in the Palmetto region and over 123 slaves. They dominated Colleton County, now the Charleston area, and became one of the wealthiest slave-holding families in South Carolina. What is ironic is that this family of wealthy black slave owners was given their wealth accidentally when a will was created that gave the estate of Joseph Pendarvis to his illegitimate children with his slave, Parthena. 6. Despite the family's own origins, all Pendarvis estates continued to use slave labor as they took over the Palmetto State. Number 4 on the list is Marie Therese Metoyer. Marie was living in the Kingdom of Congo when she met her future husband, who fell deeply in love with her. In a time where interracial marriage was considered wrong and immoral, Marie married a white Frenchman named Claude Metoyer and moved to Louisiana with him and their children. Because their marriage was not approved of by society, Marie technically remained a slave to her husband. Years later and after 6 children, Marie was finally freed, and she and her husband divorced. Claude left to France, where he married a Frenchwoman. Marie wasn't left with nothing, however, and started a plantation that initially dealt in tobacco. Under Marie's leadership, the Metoyer family prospered, and the plantation grew. Eventually, they owned more slaves than any other family in their county, with the number being reported at 287 by 1830. There isn't much evidence of harsh treatment to their own slaves, but the Metoyers were notorious for buying extra slaves to do the hardest tasks on the plantation and then returning them after the work was finished. This prevented them from having their own slaves do the dirty work. 7. At the 3rd place we have Antoine Dubuclet. Antoine Dubuclet was born a free man to free parents and inherited a large sugar plantation called Cedar Grove from his father. Under his father, the plantation was small and contained only a few slaves. Under Antoine's leadership, it grew, and by 1860, he owned over 100 slaves and had one of the largest sugar plantations in Louisiana. He was extremely wealthy, even more so than any of his white neighbors. His plantation was worth $264,000, while the average income of his neighbors in the South was only around $3,978. After marrying a wealthy black woman, his lands expanded, and after her death, Dubuclet was considered the wealthiest black slave owner in Louisiana. 8. He was elected and served as state treasurer during the Reconstruction era, one of the only black men to hold the office for more than one term. At the 2nd spot is William April Ellison. In 1862, William Ellison was one of the largest slave owners in South Carolina as well as one of the wealthiest. He was born a slave and was given the name April, after the month in which he was born. He was luckier than most and was bought by a white slave owner named William Ellison, who took the time to educate him. When he was 26 years old, he was freed by his master and began building his expansive cotton plantation. As a free man, he had his name changed to William Ellison, that of his former owner. What makes Ellison so despicable and earns him the number 2 spot on this list is how he collected his wealth. Ellison was known to have made a large proportion of his money as a slave breeder. Breeding slaves was illegal in many southern states, but Ellison secretly sold almost all females born, keeping a select few for future breeding. He kept many of the young males, as they were considered useful on his plantation. Ellison was known to be a harsh master, and his slaves were almost starved and extremely poorly clothed. He kept a windowless building on his property for the specific purpose of chaining his misbehaving slaves. 9. And finally, at number 1, Anthony Johnson. Nobody on this list has affected the history of slavery quite as much as Anthony Johnson. He is rumored to have been the first black man to arrive in Virginia as well as the first black indentured servant in America. He was also the first black man to gain his freedom and the first to own land. As a true pioneer of firsts, Johnson couldn't stop there. Ironically, he became the first black slave owner, and it was his court case that solidified slavery in America. Aubrey Henderson is a recent graduate from Francis Marion University and has a B.A. in English. In 1635, Johnson was freed and given a 250-acre plantation where he was master over both black and white servants. In 1654, Johnson sued his neighbor in a case that would change America's history forever. Johnson's servant, John Kasser, claimed he was an indentured servant who had worked several years past the terms of his indenture for Johnson and was now working for Johnson's neighbor, Parker. Johnson sued Parker, stated that Kasser was his servant in perpetuity, and the courts ruled in his favor. Kasser had to return to Johnson, and the case established the principle in America that one person is able to own another person for the rest of their life. 10. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video,
There you go, Collagenesis. Are those stories real?
Exaggerated and stuff like that. I'm like, man, I'm a goner now, man. You know, oh, I can't say nothing about racism no more, man. They really got the goods on us, you know. 10 people they can't show you anything. Show me anywhere where anybody benefited from the black people benefited from their system. Do you think white men are going to sit back and let black men get rich right in front of them? That's a lie. That's a lie.
That's what they was explaining.
I bet you any amount of money is slave ran like a co-op system, you know. They want to make it seem like we were just as cruel as them. Slavery in America was something unique to the white man, you know. They had no human feelings for us whatsoever. Now, did some black people may abuse some other black people? Sure. You know, but to put it on the same level as white people who just had no sort of human, they didn't see us as human beings. You know, show me anywhere where somebody basically will say, you know, something, you did a good job, Jacob. You've been a good boy, whatever. But guess what? Tomorrow I'm selling your mother off. You'll never see her again. And then you break down in tears, cry, no master, no master, no master, master, like that. And then while you're crying, you better not miss your quota of cotton you got to pick. That's how cruel these people were. You know, that's what they did to us. The worst thing they did was, besides the visa, was them selling out family members. Or like we had no, we're not human. It's like you taking a puppy from a mother dog one night. You know, she'll never see a dog again. You know, that's what they thought about our people. They're trying to cover up all these crimes. Slavery in America was probably the worst it's ever been. It was beyond slavery, right? This was just human degradation based on race. You know, the white man made himself the white man. And he said it was his God-given right to enslave, and the black man was created as a beast of burden for the white man's pleasure. Show me anywhere where any black man ever said that or acted on that. It does not exist. So white people want to cover everything. Oh, yeah, black people are slave owners too, because to cover their guilt. So I'm not buying this stuff, you know. Black owned slave, yeah, there were black people owned slaves, but I know that I've studied right, most black people owned slaves did so to protect them from from the white man. You ask a black slave, who would you rather be owned by, a white man or a black man? What do you think he's gonna say? You'll say a black man, you know. So it's idea that black people are slavery. They're trying to rewrite history, and then you got black people walking around talking about slavery never happened. Prove slavery, like the idiot Tyrone. You know, slavery would never happen. Everything. You live in South Carolina, nigga. Your ancestors was picking cotton. You know, he was like, yeah. See, I'm copper tolerant. Nigga, I said, man, nigga, put that Ebola hand down. You know, I said those are cotton picking hands. You know. So all this foolishness and whatnot, they're trying to rewrite history, and they want black people to fall for it. Oh yeah, I guess we can't be mad at the white man no more because we sold slaves. You know, we had owned slaves too, and they're bombarding us with this rewriting of history. No. So I'm not buying it.
Yes, Color, breaking it down, brother. Let me know if you want to discuss anything else, or are you ready to close?
Yeah, let me see if I got any more videos to play. Let's see. I want to discuss this. Now, Akon's going around. I want Mufasa was opinion about it. He's going around saying Nigerians are the smartest people on earth.
Yeah, so where's the video? If you have one, that'll be good.
Yeah, the lady got.
I want to hear it out his mouth.
Oh, you want me here? I'll play. It's an article. Let's see. Akon
article, or there should be videos.
Let me see if I can find a video. Akon, Africans, Nigerians. Okay.
This can be debated.
All right. I just sent you the video. Akon saying.
But the Nigerians are the most smartest people on the planet. I promise you. There's nobody more smarter than the Nigerians. Now, of course, there's a few bad apples that came out. You know what I'm saying? Smart too, though. No, they extremely smart. Yeah, they just put their intelligence all in the wrong place. Right. If they would have geared that towards something more, positive or productive, right? Because the ones that did, there's more billionaires being made in Nigeria than anywhere in the world on an annual basis.
Friends took that email.
Is he stupid or what? Do you know how many billionaires China produces, Japan produces, the United States has, and everything? Mexico has. What is he talking about? See, this is what I'm talking about. This thing, and that's basically just a jab at black America. Oh, Nigeria's smartest people on earth, whatnot. If they're so smart, then why is Nigeria a failed country right now? You know, why is Nigeria a failed society? You know, it's a bunch of nonsense, you know. And look who's coming.
Akon just explained it. He said that they just put their smarts and intelligence in the wrong places.
Yeah, they're not even that, because look who controls the global criminal syndicates, right? The Chinese triads, the Italian mafia, you know, you got Turks, you got Albanians, all these other people who are actually doing it, Colombians, you know. Where's the Nigerian Pablo Escobar? You know, what is it? And they'll say, play that one video. Nigerians do a lot of scamming. That's not smart. You know, the black money thing, you know, the 419s, everything like that. Yeah. Nigerians make up the largest numbers of people on death row in Asia. How is that smart? You know, this is what I'm talking about. He played me up. I sent you right before that about the Nigerian lady, a businesswoman, factory or textile factory worker, worked her whole life off one night, and her money was siphoned out of her account. You know, look at this poor lady. This happens a lot in Nigeria. Also, the comment section, right? Oh yeah, I got scammed. I lost some money when I did. It's like a normal thing in Nigeria, where somebody takes your money. But this is what we're supposed to follow after.
Anything else you want to say about the video before I play it?
No, go ahead and play it. Go ahead and play it. I'll comment afterwards.
That everything. I sit there down. I changed my whole password. I changed all the whole details, everything. Just 2 weeks ago, I never even finished that. I never finished that one. Only for me to wake up this morning and I'm getting another debit alert of 750,000 naira. 750,000 naira. I don't do. Oh no. Here's my stuff. Please, I beg you in the name of God. The name on this transaction is Divine Chiweze Williams. The name is Divine Chiweze Williams. That is the name of the person, and the account number is right here. The only problem is that it's in the Kuda Bank. There is no Kuda Bank in Asaba. I don't know where to go and locate Kuda Bank because I did not make this transaction. I did not send 750,000 to Divine Chiweze Williams. I did not. Oh. What I need right now is just how to reach out to Kuda, because I'm in Asaba and there is no Kuda. There's no Kuda Bank in Asaba. If not, I would have gone to the bank. Because even if I'm to go to court to get court order, I will need a place to submit the court order because Kuda doesn't really have physical bank. Okay, so 3 weeks ago, yeah, that's May 22, I think. That's May 22. I was still with my phone. Let's just say these phones, my ATM card were still with me, only for me to get a debit alert of 500,000 there. Monday morning, I rushed to my bank. Even before I went to the bank, that I called customer care that Saturday that a transaction was done in my account. I'm talking about 3 weeks ago. Just 3 weeks ago, 500,000 naira was taken. Just 3 weeks ago. On Monday, I rushed to my bank. When I when they tracked the whole thing, they said the thing was done from app. I'm like, app, okay, can't you guys trace what is going on? They said they cannot do anything, that I have to go and get court order. I went to police station to go and report the matter. From police station, we went to court. They were able to, after a few days, we were able to get court order because the name and the phone number of the person was in the transaction. For that 500K, Lawal Jubril, that was the name of the person. I went to Access Bank because that last month on was Access Bank. I went to Access Bank and then we submitted the court order. The account was blocked. You guys should tell me now, where do I now submit Kuda's own? Because the name is here. After that, I went to my bank. I changed the whole details. Even they gave me new ATM card. This thing is not even up to 2 weeks. I changed my app. I changed everything. My login details, my password, everything. I'm getting a debit alert throughout the whole night. I never even work out go anywhere. I just a wake up. Oh. This transaction was done exactly 9 a.m. That was when this transaction was done, June. And the name of the person is Divine Chibuezie Williams Kuda Bank. I did not authorize any transaction. I don't even have someone I'm paying 750,000. Let me even say, okay, maybe I did a transfer and then I mistakenly sent to another bank. My phone was in my locker, just in my bed space where I sleep. It was just there. Nobody enters my room till this very morning. Immediately I got the transaction. I went to my bank straight. I rushed to the bank this early morning to go and know what is going on. And they're saying that the transaction was done from app. How can you say the transaction was done from app when I did not authorize any transaction? I did not authorize any transaction. I didn't authorize any transaction. When this thing happened, I changed my own details. I changed everything. So how come within 2 weeks? How come within 2 weeks? Another money, 750,000 we're thinking. The 500K I was thinking, we still get police case for that one. We never even finished that one. All of a sudden, 700,000 naira was transferred to Kuda Bank. I beg you people, if you guys know anybody, Divine Chibueze Williams, I beg you, I did not send you any money. I did not send you any money. I've gone to my bank and they're saying that they will trace it. Trace money, 750,000 naira. That is what they did in that 500,000. See now, they didn't do anything. Now again, 750K. They said we should go on. That they are tracing, they're tracking the whole thing. Now they will trace the money. They have blocked my account. I should give them some time so that they will get back to me. Oh. This is so much. This is so much. Please, I beg you. I don't know. There is no Kuda office. If there is Kuda office in Asaba, I would have gone to collect court order again and then probably go and submit.
What a story, brother.
It's just reality, man. It's sad. You know, this lady lost everything, you know, through somebody scamming her when I just and people, a lot of people think this is okay. They're like, well, that's Africa and whatnot, you know. We just supposed to accept this shit, you know. No, we're supposed to say, well, we do accept it, you know. We go, how many times people get scammed in Africa by criminals and everything. Yeah, but the Nigerians are the smartest people on earth. Whatnot. Yeah, don't take much. If you're gonna be a criminal, a scammer, and you know, a liar, Nigeria has the most number of incomplete projects. Right? They lure foreign investors in with all this stuff like that. Nigeria got their propaganda machine going on good. And this is not the bash on Nigerians tonight, but just we got to put some things in perspective here, you know, because I believe this is all just basically people taking shots at Black America, right? Nigerians have a lot of propaganda about their education, their hard work, everything like that. And so a lot of them were invited to Dubai. And so, oh, we're going to benefit from these people. You know, a lot of them are Muslim, whatever like that, you know. And then after like 5 or 6 years, Dubai looked at the actual cost of the scamming, the 419s, and all the stuff, the nefarious stuff they do over there. And the overuse of the public welfare system and everything like that, you know, and the burden on the education, you know, people come over for students and all stuff like that, workers and everything. They looked at all the costs and they said, you know, something we're actually losing. You know, so the idea of, you know, I think that only works in America, and it only works to basically divide Black people in America. Oh, Nigerians so smart, they're so talented. That don't exist nowhere else in the world. Go to Malaysia and go to India and ask them what they think about the Nigerian population there. It's not good. Go to China and see what they think about Nigerians. Not good. You know, go to Japan. Go to Singapore. Go to all these countries in the world. What do you think about Nigerians? No, these guys are criminals, scammers, or whatever like that. You know, They don't have a global good image. The only place they have a global good image is in America, and America only uses them to say, "Oh, look, Nigerians are so well in America," but this, and they hide behind Black America. You know, so when you see somebody like when Mufasa was walking down the street and he has a business and everything, first thing I'm gonna say, look at that Nigerian guy, man, all with his daughter and everything. See how the Africans raise their children? You know, we're being erased in our own country here. You know, what do you think about that, Mufasa? You still on? I think Mufasa fell asleep.
He may not be on, not sure. But let me know if you're ready to wrap it up, brother. If it's anything else you want to talk
Yeah,
about.
I think we said enough tonight. Bye, Black.
Is, great details, great breakdown as usual. And if anybody else want to have any questions you want to post, or if you want to just connect with us, any other how, or if you just want to join us for last few minute conversations, go ahead. Beyond that, play some closeout music and let you just enjoy the view of our slideshow. But yes, brother Color Genesis, what else is on your mind?
Yeah, man, just like I said, buy Black, keep pushing forward. Don't look at the negativity and all stuff like this. All this stuff, popping up Nigerians, all like that, is all an attempt to get us all into this tribalized sectarian mode where we're like, oh, we're not in competition with each other, If Nigeria wins, we win, and that's the way I see it, Right now, Nigeria is not winning. That's why people feel they got to compete with us and talk about something like that. If Nigeria was winning and everything, we would feel the effects of it. It would translate into Black America and beyond, but that's not happening. So there's no country in Africa that can boast that they have their shit together. Not one country in Africa can say we got it together, that they can brag that they got this stuff together. There are no. I was encouraged by this guy, a Liberian guy. You could actually see in our lifetime a good food supply chain coming out of Africa if this guy is successful. Right now, the African foods you eat are imported by the Lebanese, the Koreans, and everybody else. I didn't know there was any Koreans in West Africa. Have you seen any Bomani?
Yes, brother. Almost all of Asia is all over Africa.
You seen Koreans?
Koreans are. Let me know how much difference you can tell between a Korean, a Chinese, and a Japanese. But those are some of the people. Then you have people from Thailand. I mean, not saying that it's like a whole population, but I mean, a few people come in. The next thing is more and more.
Yeah, it's but they get into lucrative.
The African continent is gonna be a colony of Asia sooner or later.
Well, so I'm asking myself this question: how is it that they could basically in Minnesota, people I didn't even not just that, the Philippines. I heard there was Philippine companies that were growing rice and putting the made in Liberia label, Liberian flag on some of their products and selling to Liberians in Minnesota. I'm like, damn, the Philippines? It was the Philippines who watched the Liberians with the October's rally time thing with the growing rice and stuff like that, the Asians, some of the Southeast Asians, because they copied Liberia, as far as like growing and stuff like this. So how did they beat Liberians to the punch in the American market? That's strange, But things got to change, We can't keep going where we're going. We know the problem, people listen to this show, share with some people, like, share, and subscribe, folks. Buy Black, download the Black app. I've seen a couple of people say they download the app. That's good. Find out a Black business in your area, support it, And that's all we can do right now. If we do that on a massive scale, then we're ready to do the other things, Then we're ready for the banking and other stuff like that, But we have to basically make sure that Black-owned business have a responsibility to buy from Black-owned supply chains. Not just enough to have a Black business. We want to support that, right? But the pressure has to be on them to buy their products that they use in their restaurants and stuff like that, or their stores, from Black-owned suppliers and everything like that. Give opportunity to Black-owned suppliers or shelf space, you know? And so it's a whole thing. And that is all supported by the Black movement, you know? Buy Black is not just a customer, it's also, if you run a business, you have a budget for maintenance, supply chains, and legal service, everything. Plug that in with another Black business and everything like that. Then we're creating our own system. When people, we look up and we got hundreds of Black, thousands of Black people, businesses working together on all different levels, from the consumer level to the supply chain level and everything, then we have something, you know? Then we have something. Then we can boast that this is what we have in America and everything like that. And that can basically translate to the, like the guy said, he said he proved that he could do this, right? You know, the Black man, you understand, the Black man, they're not going to give a banks not going to give a loan unless you prove that you can build something. We have to make sure our Black businesses are successful and profitable. It's all our responsibility. So that's what I just want to end with, you know.
All right, excellent, Brother Color. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate the breakdown. And family, we are closing. Appreciate you joining us. And we'll connect with you back on another live. And we're going to get you some of our nice closeout music.
Shining bright forever and ever. Come on and move away them dark clouds. Shining bright forever and ever. How yoga good. Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa, oi oi. Sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. Remember where the pillars of the pyramid, sons of Africa. Remember where the ones who navigated the Nile, sons of Africa. And all the star systems them